frozen reaches of Icewind Dale, in the shadow of the spine of the world, lie the 10 Towns. A safe haven for the outcast and downtrodden, but at a cost. Life in the 10 Towns is harsh. The wind is cruel and cold as some of the people who call this place home. It's been at least 2 years since the frostmaiden stole the sun and the last bit of warmth from this place. You can still find kind faces and warm cider, but I fear they're getting more few and far between as the months go on. We've never heard back from the people who try to leave, braving the mountain pass to escape the rime. Not that I would be in much of a letter-writing mood if I chose to run either. Hunger and isolation does things to weak minds. I've heard neighborhood boys talking of whispers coming from the mountains before slipping out into a storm and never returning. There's certainly more to this place than mead and cold, but I doubt those simpletons could grasp it. Perhaps they got caught up in those crazed sacrifices that have obviously yielded no results. At the end of the day, whether you're a thief, sellsword, noble knight, or a runaway, we're all equal in the north. The cold bites us all just the same. It's been many years since the companions of the Hall began their legacy in the 10 Towns of Icewind Dale. Many adventurers still find themselves pulled to test their mettle against the harsh winter landscape that the North offers. Every story has a beginning, and this is ours. Let us hope that these would-be heroes find unity more beneficial than isolation and secrecy. Let us hope that we all manage to survive the Icewind Dale rime of the frostmaiden.
Hello. Hello, everyone. I need to grab my phone real quick to do the preliminary audio check. YouTube's going to be a little bit loud, so let me just hop over to that bad boy real quick. Up so I can go get phone on the table. But hello.
Is that what you are, friends? At your feet. Discord right.
Would it be now? As long as we have headphones, we can do the preliminary audio check-in. Sorry. Bada boom.
Bada bing, bada boom, baby.
Mic
Like
check.
through pretty dang well.
Oh, crap. How do you cough away from your mic when it's on you?
That. You just raise your chin to the sky.
You cover your mic, so that way it only gets your internal sounds.
If my mic is picking up my heartbeat sounds, it's not good.
My heart went whoop. Yeah.
Oh. Here.
Oh, I see. We are.
Call it up slightly.
I
found a fun quirk of our audio setup today that if I turn people up too loud, NVIDIA Broadcast will decide that they're noise and turn them off.
About right.
But hello, welcome to our first session of Icewind Dale. We're kind of getting, this is our first setup with the 3-camera setup. We also should have chat up there.
Hi, chat.
Hopefully, /images.
Kufta. Yep.
Kufta. Yeah, perfect. Welcome to Icewind Dale. This is our very first session. I'm joined, I'm Paradox. I'm joined by my good friends.
Westfield.
Who's playing?
Oh, who's playing Latin?
I'm Texas Stevens. I'm playing art.
I'm Texas Timbers and I'm playing Mila.
All right. Our intrepid adventurers have all spent an amount of time, varying amounts of time in Icewind Dale so far. Gotta look at the camera right here. We're right here. Hi, chat. Hello, everyone.
Hi, chat.
Bring it in. We'll have a little
Hello, chat.
convo here.
Small, tiny chat.
Small
down
chat.
below me.
Inferior chat.
Our characters have all spent a varying amount of time in Icewind Dale, and based on the one-shots that we've all played. One of the fun aspects of Icewind Dale, of course, is the character secrets, and I'm now going to read all of them out loud.
Nice.
Just kidding.
Fun fact, during the one-shot. During the one-shot, the DM one-shot me.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
That is a fun fact.
What's
Wizards, man.
During the one-shot, the DM one-shot me.
Oh.
But yeah, all of our characters have, in some way or another, found themselves in Icewind Dale, currently in the sleepy town of Bremen. A little bit of information about Bremen, and just as a place to exist. It was originally founded by dwarf prospectors. It sits on the west bank of a place called Mare Dualen, which is... I actually need to get my map scene. I'll do that during the intermission. But which is located towards the western side of Icewind Dale. And it's all of the towns in Icewind Dale are very, very navally focused, very lake focused. They have these huge lakes that are largely frozen over for the majority of the year that they use for almost all of their income. Bremen was one where there would be regular floods in the lake that they sit next to, and people would go gold panning for gold and other trinkets and baubles that are in the that get washed down the river. And I will, for the fourth and final time, get us through the cold open, and then we will get right into it. Icewind Dale has become trapped in a perpetual winter. Ferocious blizzards make the mountain pass through the spine of the world exceedingly treacherous, and this land has not felt the warmth of the sun in over 2 years. In fact, the sun no longer appears above the mountains, not even in what should be the height of summer. In this frozen tundra, darkness and bitter cold reign as king and queen. Most Dale residents blame Oril the frostmaiden, the god of winter's wrath. The shimmering aurora that weaves across the sky each night is said to be her doing, a potent spell that keeps the sun at bay. Dale folk live in the scattering of settlements known as the 10 Towns. The drop-off in caravans coming from the south and travel between the settlements in this never-ending winter has left everyone feeling isolated. Although each town is resolved to appease the frostmaiden with sacrifices of one kind or another, no respite from winter's fury seems forthcoming. For adventurers such as yourselves, 10 Towns is a place to test one's mettle, and in the spirit of heroes who come before, leave one's mark on this frigid, blighted land. Having been about 2 years of bitter cold and no sun rising can have its toll on all sorts of people, you guys are currently finding yourselves in Bremen. One of the main attractions of Bremen that you all know at this point is the, I believe it's called the 5 Tavern Center. There was a large dispute between a group of brothers whose names are Orwick, Orsic, Ornick, Orbic, and Ori. They all wanted to open a bar, but couldn't decide what kind of bar they should open. So they instead opened 5 bars. In a town with a population of 150, 250 at its peak though, I might add. That's not the wisest business decision. A couple of other things that everyone has kind of noticed about the town of Bremen is that the speaker tends to go missing. He's a very elderly dwarf who tends to just wander off into the snow, often muttering gibberish in Dwarven. And you were all in one of the 5 taverns. You're specifically probably at the Even Keel. I think that maybe at least one of our players has found themselves with a bit of a penchant for the Even Keel.
That sounds familiar, honestly.
The Even Keel is one that is very nautically themed, although it's a little bit forced. You're used to things being like naturally nautical themed because they're like docks and people who are just legitimately fishermen or just people who live their lives on boats. This kind of has, I think I described it more as like a Long John Silver's or like a what is it?
Everything about it sucks, but the root beer's good.
Yeah, like a Long John Silver's or like a very, very commercial crab shack sort of situation where there's stuff on the wall that is all nautically themed, but it just seems a little bit too forced. The bartender here, who I'm not sure...
Like your parents' house in Carroll.
I'm not sure if we gave a name last time.
You low down dirty dog. Give me the onions.
Also,
Don't forget you can't whisper anything, by the way. It all comes through.
also,
Hopefully.
more knowledge. I haven't seen any of these brothers. There's a bartender who has to run between all of them. The patronage follows him. He follows anybody he sees who arrives at places that he's at.
There are multiple bartenders who work the tavern center, but there is a couple who will work multiple shifts at the same time at multiple bars just because there's not actually that many bartenders in town. And specifically this one, Anik, who is currently working at the Even Keel, is one of those who actively has a view from the bar where he works at the river's mouth, and he also works at the Grumpy Moose on occasion. But he has a view from the bar out into the paveway, and if he sees someone entering another bar, he'll leave and go to that bar to get them drinks and stuff. And usually people who will arrive and see which bar he's working at and go to that bar. He's one of the more popular bartenders.
I have a question
Yes.
about how the world works.
Yes, I have an answer about how the world works, maybe.
So the perpetual lack of sun in the Icewind Dale for the last 2 years, is it nighttime, or is it just you can't see the sun because of very dark clouds of sun?
It is nighttime. The sun does not rise.
It's literally dark night.
Yeah, it is essentially pitch black for 18 hours a day, and then there's 4 hours a day where it is dim light out due to the aurora that happens every morning.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah, so basically everyone is walking around with torches at most times. Even characters or people who have dark vision will generally bring a torch just because the warmth is nice, and also it does help delineate rocks from snow and whatnot while you're traveling through the tundra. Your characters, however, are currently either just arriving or sitting at a table or various tables, if you so choose, in the Even Keel bar. We've all received a message that a dwarf known as, I have her name here, Lynn, has work for you, and she is planning on meeting you here. She didn't mention anything about anyone else, but planning on meeting you here at the Even Keel. It's a little bit of a busier day than normal. There's about 10 other patrons besides yourselves. What are you all doing?
Sorry, go ahead.
Also, there's a quest in Targos. From about a month ago, we got news at Bremen stating that a group of adventurers were going to make a summit to something, to do something else, and I forget some of the details. Lynn is coming to us, though, so it's probably a bit safer.
Should we maybe describe our characters to each other?
So
Yeah, tell me where you are in the bar, and you can, we can go with descriptions from there.
Lynn is Lynn or
HLIN.
What?
H.
I don't make the rules; I just enforce them.
Lynn is a dwarf,
Yes.
and this is bar one more time.
HLIN.
What bar?
Even Keel.
Oh, the Even Keel is the one you're at right now.
Keep the key in
Even Keel
Mm-hmm.
bar.
And the bartender here is Anik, AHNIK.
That one's better than Lynn.
That's because I made that one.
Nice.
I can't think of any other way to pronounce that name, honestly.
It wouldn't be This is the Coast Adventure if we didn't start by the NPCs having crazily spelt names.
Very, very true.
I also remember hearing Lynn and thinking, oh yeah, naturally, Lynn. That's an easy one.
Well, I do emphasize the H as much as possible, but
Can you also describe Lynn's missive? 'Cause I don't. I remember how my setting ended, and I don't remember a quest.
yes, this would have happened in between your session ending and today.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, did I forget? Am I a bad player?
I think that Robert's character received a specific notice that there was going to be someone with work coming into town.
Yeah.
But for instance, you have been working in the town on and off, doing odd jobs for the past month or so. So you've kind of been making yourself known to people in the town. You've heard multiple things, and you've in your searches for specifically looking for work, you hear about this dwarf Lynn who is coming into town, specifically in a large part because you are so eager for work and you're here pushing so hard, like trying to find these odd jobs and find adventure-y, heroic things to do. You kind of have that air about you just naturally. You've attracted her to this place, and then you two have also caught wind of this person who is on their way here.
So I will be in the bar, drinking like a apple cider or something local.
You just said apple cider because you have one of those in.
This is not apple cider. This is hot cocoa. I started off traditional hot cocoa with 2 different types of marshmallows.
Oh.
Listen, Anna has socks on.
You gotta have something warm. I'm surprised you haven't turned the fireplace on yet.
I'm gonna try and chill out and see what happens.
Don't chill out.
No chilling. Okay.
What do you look like while you're sitting at your table?
Yeah. Go ahead and describe your character. These guys who are in their own respective places in the bar, they see you sitting at your table, and what do they see? The majority of people who are here are like pretty kind of grubby, like fisherman types. There's one crew that looks like they probably had a pretty decent haul recently. They're getting a little bit rowdy, even though it's like midday technically. They're getting a little bit rowdy off in the corner. There's a group of about 5 guys, and then there's the spattering of other sailors who are just kind of quietly enjoying their drinks.
Quick question to aesthetics here. How good is the insulation in these bars? Do people tend to decousin itify? Take off all their pieces of furs?
People will, when they come inside, they'll generally be taking off the majority of their furs. A lot of people will leave on just like kind of a basic layer.
So it's not like freezing cold inside.
Yeah, inside, it is bearable. You could be unclothed inside and be totally fine.
Okay.
And a lot of people will take off their clothes. There's large coat racks. People will take off their furs. Sorry, they'll take off their furs in order to hang them up so that they can kind of air dry, because having wet clothes out in the tundra is basically a death sentence.
So weird thing. How socially? So my IRL experience is that you put your coat down in the public like drying rack area only when you have a coat that you wouldn't mind being stolen. Other than that, it's like you leave it on and you put it on the back of your chair. If it's an expensive like brand new North Face or brand new duster or something like that. Is that the same thing, or is it like it's not going to get stolen?
In Bremen, that's people will generally just kind of hang their shit wherever.
Okay.
Because it's such a small town, if someone were to start walking around with Bill's new cloak, everyone's gonna know who that person is.
Cool.
So everyone's more laissez-faire. You would pass through Bryn Shander at one point. You did notice that there was a lot more people kind of like hanging on to their possessions more closely.
Yeah. Okay. I am a free spirit, and I take my North Face stamped fur cloak and I put it down in the communal area.
This campaign's not sponsored by North Face yet.
But if you're watching,
this would be the one to do.
Yeah, I'm here for it.
So who do you see, who is sitting there?
So I am a female identifying metallic dragonborn, but my scales and everything, I'm mixed. So I'm a brown dragonborn, very bronzy, gold colors. I have bright blue eyes. I'm in my casual gear so my like furs and stuff are at the door. I'm not wearing boots or shoes. You do see my big dragonborn feet, and that's for I'm ginormous. I'm not actually that big, honestly. I'm like 6'9", 403 pounds. Like, I'm not actually like ginormous. But yeah, I'm currently like, I tend to wear like neutral colors, so nothing like super glamorous or poppy. Like, I like the navy colors and greens and maroons, like something basic. The only thing that's like noticeable on me, I do have some like piercings. I do have a big noticeable ring on.
Do you have a tail?
No. Because in D&D 5th edition, Dragonborns do not have tails.
Good to know.
The other dragon kind or the dragon half-dragons do. They're the ones that are actually like, but a lot of the dragon stuff has changed, but for sure Dragonborns don't have tails.
So, Art walks in, and he's been in town for not even a day yet. He arrived yesterday, did some sleuthing trying to find work, and it was just like not able to get something concrete until he heard this message of Lynn. Somebody approached him, like, yo, what, this dwarf's coming to town. Weird name, you'll never be able to spell it. And but has work. It's like, okay, cool. So I take whatever meager amount of money I have and I go to the inn and spend a majority of it on a room for the night. And I walk back into the bars, which are very uniquely placed such that they're all within sight of each other. It seems really bad for business, but really easy for employees. So walks in and he sets his North Face jacket down in the communal area. It looks mostly like furs without North Face listed. And he's like surveying the room and he sees like the general fisherman vibe and stuff like that, but he spots somebody new who doesn't have any of the same characteristic look that the rest of the dwarves come down to. Most notably, a totally non-absolute unit dragonborn who's sitting by herself and begins to approach them. Like, they look like the adventure type. I'm the adventure type, maybe. So approaching you is a person who's very humanoid characteristically, but he does have soft details, like on a scale of 1 to 10, he's like a 3 of looking like a cat. So a little bit more fur on the face. He does have lengthened fingernails that resemble claws. He wears mostly leather-based stuff, but you can see that a lot of it's faded and kind of worn. He's got a brownish, only slightly tinged, like grayish complexion across most of his skin and fur. And he has garb that somewhat resembles somebody who was probably on a ship not too long ago and didn't go too well. So you can notice that some sewing work is needed. It's not too bad. It functions, but mostly, you know, it's the leathers and furs that are keeping him from not dying and turning into a popsicle. So he approaches you and says, "Hey, you don't look like the others. Nice to meet you. My name's Art."
Yeah.
Oh man, what brings you to the Even Keel?
Adventure. Well, it's in your heart.
I've had a lot of that recently, and I'm looking for a different kind of adventure.
As your guys'
You've
conversation
been with me.
No, I'm sorry.
As your conversation is going on, from the upper portion of the inn where the rooms are stationed, steps down the stairs a very, very tall and wide man. Ladin is a 7-foot tall beef giant, like, it looks like the mix between, like, a Goliath and a very, like, bearded, like, furry Northman. But with some, on a scale of 1 to 10 of cat-like features, is that like a 1? Has got, like, sharp, like, canines and cat-like eyes, and that's pretty much the only cat-like features you can see, other than the what he's still wearing his outdoor furs indoors. But you can see they've been long since dried, probably indicating that he's been in this inn for a good amount of time. But he stoops down to under the frame of the room, kind of like crowding himself down the stairs. You can hear the thud, thud, thud of his boots that he's wearing still. His big, heavy, thick boots. On his side is a modified like a woodsman axe. Looks to sharpen to some kind of battle readiness. And strapped on his back right now is a driftwood shield, a driftwood round shield. It's been banded with metal around the outside band. He looks a little disheveled, and his steps are clumsy. And he makes his way over to the table. He pulls one of the chairs to the table back, but doesn't really pull it back far enough. So when he goes to sit down, he's like too crowded and has to readjust his chair as the chair like creaks underneath him.
Art turns and sees this theatric and is just wide-eyed and just like leans over. He's like, "Have you ever been held up here yet? I ain't really got any money, so."
Neela,
I hear you were looking for work.
Neela, you do somewhat recognize this person, not by having ever actually seen them, but just this morning, Rumi was ranting and raving about some new visitor to town who seemed a little bit troubled and a little bit off, but overall seemed like a really, really cool person who he was excited to get to know. And definitely, it described the largeness and clumsiness.
His eyes are kind of like darting back and forth a bit. I'm looking for work too.
Oh. No. But you said you were looking for... you heard we were looking for...
I'm waiting on Lynn.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, you too, huh? What's your name?
Oh, I'm Latin.
Art. Nice to meet you.
Is big hands your hand?
You know where I came from? I was tall. You two are huge.
Where do you come from? Your accents are very peculiar.
I think everybody's accent's peculiar. The person came from the Sword Coast.
Sword Coast. So the west side.
Mm-hmm.
Were you on a
Most of my life.
trip?
Yes. Till recently. Kind of.
Is it? I've heard many stories about losing your feet on the water.
What kind of stories have you heard about that?
Is it hard
Is what hard.
being on a ship?
You know, some people have it, some people don't. It's called getting your water legs in.
I thought it was feet, losing your feet.
No, well, I mean, you can lose your feet when waves are bad, or if you run into some ice and everything goes to shit, then you lose your feet, and sometimes your lives.
I'm sorry.
It's a bit dramatic and it's a bit recent.
You can see Latin getting increasingly nervous about this conversation. I'm
one of the solemn fishermen that's kind of sitting alone at a table about 20 feet away. You hear a wood on wood, and then you kind of glance over, and you can see his large, like wooden prosthetic. Like, here.
See, he knows what I'm talking about.
I'm from Lonelywood.
Lonelywood. That's
It's
quite quaint.
It's a town across the lake from me.
Is the name indicative of what it sounds like?
Kind of like pats his lumberjack axe.
Fair enough.
Is that like don't have anything to pat.
At the table.
Pat. I come from Timantha.
Where's that?
It's in the middle of it's pretty far. I've made my way here, traveled for adventure.
You traveled here, so like You came into the region? How recently? Well, how'd you get in?
So I did some odd jobs along the way. I was on like a wagon for about a week, and then after the wagon, I caravanned as a bodyguard, like situation. It was weird. And then after that, I was like in this town for a little bit, and I threw some hay, got enough coin, and then made my way to.
I mean, like, how'd you get into Icewind Dale?
I just went to the city to the south, Brimshander.
Right. But before Brimshander.
What do you mean? I just walked in.
Where'd you say you were from? That's not an Icewind, right?
No.
Okay, so how did you get from there to Bryn? Isn't there like a passage just like not traversable?
You take a wagon.
But-
for someone.
Oh, would you say it's like you could leave through that passage?
I don't think you can anymore.
All right, thanks.
Maybe in a few weeks.
Oh, is it how we do for some sun?
Well, I've heard stories of. What if it all? Right, never mind.
So, just another gruesome day in 10 towns. Howling wind, bitter cold, foul tempers, and snow drifts big enough to bury a herd of moose. But today, the local tavern is abuzz with news about a series of recent killings. Before the murders, the only question on everyone's mind was, will Summer ever return to Icewind Dale? Now the question is, will I be the killer's next victim? Nothing breeds fear and paranoia like a murderer with no face. The cold-blooded murders have been committed in the past month. A halfling trapper in East Haven, a human shipbuilder in Targos, and 3 days ago, a dwarf glassblower in Brimshander. Each victim has found with a dagger of ice through the heart. What's the connection? The drunken lot huddled in the tavern offers no credible ideas, but sitting apart from them is an elderly shield dwarf with a nasty scar across her nose who looks like she has something worth knowing. She's been smoking her pipe and eyeing you ever since you walked in.
I grabbed my North Face furs, thinking, man, murder's first. It's just a matter of time before thievery starts.
Also, this is a pretty good time, or as good a time as any. Best time was 20 minutes ago. Second best time is right now. I will run through. So we're playing with some cards that we are going to be using during this campaign. Kind of adjacent to some of the homebrew stuff that we're doing. This is some social homebrewing. These are a variation of the X card system. What the X card system is basically a card that you can put on the table or like put into a visible spot. And it means I'm uncomfortable with this situation. I need to like remove myself from this scene. I'm, in Icewind Dale, there can be a lot of situations like that. If you're trapped in a snowdrift or dealing with like super heavy frostbite, if you're uncomfortable with like amputations or even things that are like socially like really, really uncomfortable for people as a way of them of announcing non-verbally that they are uncomfortable. This is a bit of a variation. We have the red card, which is a stop immediately. It's a fade to black card. Like, I'm uncomfortable with this scene as it's playing out. We'll fade to black, cover it off camera, sort of thing. There is the yellow card, which is a suggestion from any of us to take a break. We'll go to a brief intermission. We'll be able to talk about whatever happened, say if there was like some kind of conflict and we all need to like check in on everyone to make sure we're all okay. That's kind of what the yellow card is for. Blue card is very similar. It's one of the variations. A lot of people will use the green, yellow, red, but the blue card is for, I need to take a break, but you guys continue. If it's just like, I need to take a breather because this situation is a little bit heavy, and like, I'll let these guys role play through crawling through this cramped corridor, but I'm feeling super claustrophobic. I need to go outside and get a breath of fresh air, but you guys continue playing out this scene because I wouldn't be contributing too much anyway, or I just need to go to the bathroom. That's why it's blue. Lastly is the green card. It's
blue for piss.
Blue for water breaks.
yeah, bio break.
Blue for
Fried
coffee.
This is the color that my fried chicken comes out. Green is for keep going. It's something that I'm personally a pretty big fan of. It's kind of a moniker that, like, even if my character in this situation is upset and yelling or whatever, like, if I'm acting like I'm upset, I'm actually just playing my character. My character is upset, but me as a player, I'm totally fine.
Yo, that's good.
That is one of my personal favorites out of the set.
Could use some of that.
So those are going to be in use there on our table here, where we can see kind of throughout the campaign. So if we ever need, I am not able to see Tibbers. You might want to put yours like over here.
Yeah, I did.
But yeah, so that is where that is.
Nice. That's an amazing addition.
You guys see who you presume to be Lynn sitting and slightly apart from the larger group of kind of rowdy fishermen who you guys have been hearing little pings back and forth of them kind of gossiping about this murderer. You guys know, based on your general knowledge, and I think a couple of you have maps at this point, the Bryn Shander is only a couple of towns away. Let's see, there was a victim in Targos, which is the town over. And 3 days ago, there was a victim in Bryn Shander, and before that, there was a victim in East Haven.
Just all the way down east of us.
Yes. East Haven being probably one of the farthest towns from you. Yeah, one of the farthest towns from you as far as like literal distance goes. Going to Caer Konig would probably be the farthest taking the roads, but
East Haven, Targos, and Bryn Shander. There's only 3?
Which are, yes, and those are the 3 largest towns. Those are the only 3 that, like, you kind of hear people talking about.
And they're all in a straight line from us on the road.
And in ascending order. Like, if they were taking a route, they went Bryn Shander.
What was...
Well, it went... There was the first was, and the oldest was in East Haven. The second oldest was in Targos, and the most recent one that you've heard about is in Bryn Shander.
Oh, I thought they were just, like, killing on the way. Okay.
Question.
Answer.
Can you repeat the type, or who was in East Haven?
There was a halfling trapper in East Haven.
And Targos?
A human shipbuilder in Targos.
And Bryn Shander.
A dwarf glassblower in Bryn Shander. You hear you hear bits and pieces of, like, wild speculation on, like, what possibly could have attached all of these people. One guy kind of espoused that maybe they all had affairs with the same woman, but everyone immediately shuts that guy down and says that he's been reading too many books lately.
Any particular author?
If there's anything I know about how these things go, he's got to be right. It was his idea the whole time. Scooby-Doo style.
So Lynn kind of lifts herself up out of her seat, and she has a worn battle axe that she kind of uses as a walking stick. She kind of walks up towards you all, and she says, "Are you the ones that I'm here to hire?" They look awful big, mostly.
Hello, Lynn.
Hey, that's where I came from. You're a dwarf.
She's looking up at you.
Yeah. Good day, Knight.
Hello,
Yes.
Lynn. I'm Neela.
Nice to meet you, Lena.
Welcome to meet you.
Yep. She pulls out a chair and plops herself down in it, her legs dangling off the edge slightly. She, let's see.
Lan's got the opposite problem where it's like his feet are on the floor, but because the chair is not like super tall, his knees kind of like go up above his hip height, you know? That problem.
Yeah.
Well,
I do know that problem.
As you all know, you might know, but probably not entirely, but I have a small organization that I work for that is looking to hire adventuring types, mostly I think we can work together to find out something about this cold-hearted killer that people are calling them.
Ah, what kind of organization do you work for? I didn't catch that.
An organization.
Does it have a name?
Is it a secret?
It probably does. Depending how things go.
All right.
I love secrets.
Listen, I worked as a mercenary for a long time. I worked all up and down the Sword Coast, made a lot of enemies over the years, and that's why I'm here. But mostly, I'm kind of a spokesperson. We're looking for hearty, able-bodied adventurers who are willing to take on tasks.
What's the pay?
We can talk about the pay. I can. Oh, hold on.
Also, I unprepare the spell Ice Knife, and according to this adventure we're about to embark on. I feel like there might be a little bit of crossing of the
the investigator.
Dexter over here.
Perfect plan. I killed them with the frozen knives, and then I become the investigator.
I do like the idea of you making a character for a campaign, and the very first quest you go on is investigating your own murder.
It was Len the whole time. I knew this because I deduced it.
But listen, the pay is just about as good as anything else around here, and I can assure you that there will be more work to come if you and other perks. We have people in most towns, and if you guys decide to work with us a little bit, we can work with you a little bit.
It sounds intriguing.
The pay around here isn't very good.
Pay is better than around this shithole. And she kind of like one of the guys over at the in the router group was like, yes, "Fuck you, Lynn."
Okay. I mean, if it gets me past it making money beyond what I'm spending on in fare, then sure.
Really, honestly, it shouldn't even be that hard. I've done most of the work for you. I actually even know who it is. I'm pretty sure that the killer is a man who goes by the name of Sephic Caltro. Sephic Caltro works for a small traveling merchant called Torgs, owned and operated by a shady dwarf named Torga Icewind. In other words, Sephic gets around. He's charming, makes friends easily. He's also Torga's bodyguard, so I'm guessing he's good with a blade. His victims come from the only 3 towns that sacrifice people to the frostmaiden on nights of the new moon. This is what passes for civilized behavior here in Icewind Dale.
Quick question, Lynn.
Quick answer.
The sacrificing, they choose what to sacrifice?
People.
Okay, kind of people. Newcomers to the area?
There's like a drawing or some shit. It's supposed to be totally random.
How do you not get in that drawing?
Don't recommend not getting in that drawing.
What do you mean?
People are pretty serious about their sacrifices. Listen, I tried to wear a coat one night, and when they were trying to sacrifice warmth, it did not go well. Whole mob outside my house.
Sacrifice warmth?
Yeah, people will, what is it they do here?
You sacrifice people, but then attack a concept.
Bryn Shander. Oh yeah, that's what they do here. Oh, on the nights of the new moon. On the nights of the new moon, no fires, no covers. You gotta give up warmth to the Ice Maiden or whatever.
Oh, they don't kill people.
Oh no, they do in the other towns.
In East Haven, Targos, and Brenshender, they kill people.
Seems to work for them. I don't agree with it, but...
What about the other 7 towns?
Everyone kind of has their own thing that they do.
So they
get too much track of it.
Do they make you put your name in when you enter town or something?
I mean, I know I have my name in a couple of those drawings, but even when I'm not there, but... I think as long as you are only passing through, you might be able to get out of it. I would avoid being in those towns on a new moon if you can avoid it. But
yeah.
Question for the DM: when's the next new moon?
The next new moon is about 2 weeks.
I know this sounds crazy, we just met.
I mean, I'm talking about human sacrifices, so.
You told us that we need to go kill some dude that you're claiming is a murderer.
Yeah.
Probably. You think you've done most of the work. How do we know that this person is a murderer, not just somebody you're out to have?
Well, here's the thing. I followed Torque's caravan for 10 days and then moved from town to town. Quite the devious little enterprise they got going on. But that's not my concern. What struck me is how comfortable Sefik Caltro looked out in this weather. No coat, no scarf, no gloves. It's like the cold couldn't touch it. Kiss of the frostmaiden indeed. I'll pay you 100 gold pieces each to apprehend Sefik Caltro, ascertain his guilt, and deal with him, preferably without involving the authorities.
100 gold pieces?
The job's done,
my friend.
Return to me and collect your money. I'll be here.
How do you know he's a murderer?
100 gold pieces.
You just said because he doesn't feel cold, he's a murderer?
He's a thug. He works for Torg, who's also a thug. The killings have followed where Torg's caravan is gone.
So how do you know it's not Torg?
I could be. That's the ascertain his guilt part.
We're ascertaining Sefik's guilt.
Confirm it first, preferably.
I see. This is highly circumspect, and you want us to just question a dude. That's why you're using us and not the authorities, because it wouldn't.
Certain. The authorities, they wouldn't mess with Torg regardless.
I will.
I mean, yeah, I'll do it. I need money.
I'm in.
I appreciate it.
Do you know, so there's Sefik Caltro, you said?
Yeah.
And Torga Icewind?
Yeah.
Right. Is there any other names, symbols, something that I can identify them as? With...
I mean...
They have horns.
Torga's a...
Green cloaks.
The, Sefik, I mean, he stands out like a sore thumb, not wearing any winter clothes or whatnot. They've got this, kind of like, whips out a small, like, kind of tan piece of leather and a big piece of charcoal and kind of scribbles down a symbol. And it's like, this is their, like, symbol for their caravan. They run shipments in and out of Icewind Dale on occasion. I heard one of their recent ones didn't go so hot. They lost a lot of money in it, so things have been pretty tight for them.
I don't think we're going to have much trouble finding them.
Clinton, what's a frostmaiden? And second, what is a kiss of a frostmaiden?
He claims that he was born on the Midwinter's Day or something like that. And because of that, he's blessed by the frostmaiden. The frostmaiden, I mean, you know, the frostmaiden kind of points directly upwards.
Yeah, let's assume I know that.
Yeah, I mean...
In this region, there's a magical being who is kind of chaotic and wintry.
Oh, like the deities, like druids pray to and all that kind of stuff.
Sort of.
Okay, so if
I'm
you're
not sure
born in a
it's
specific
deities.
time, you just are blessed and you don't experience cold.
Supposedly.
And
Seems
that
pretty
makes him a
suspicious.
murderer.
I'm not sure that makes someone a murderer.
I'm just really investigating something.
Plenty of people who have been blessed, and this is just... That's why we need specific. You say it'll be What if it's just a naked man running the street?
There's a naked man running the street, he's probably gonna die.
What
Unless he doesn't experience the cold.
this Sefik?
Exactly.
What kind
That makes you evil.
of...
I mean, if he serves a frostmaiden, like, damn sure.
Is he an elven-born? Is he a furbolg?
Best of my knowledge, he's just a human.
Human?
Alright, so
That's a start.
your jokes aside,
Pulls his eyes.
the suspicion is that Torg, who is known to be a little bit on the thuggish side of things.
Also, Robert, you get some inspiration from Dooms
Oh.
for your infallible logic of determining a murderer.
Sweet. So, they're thugs, and they've just been in the area. They've had opportunity.
Yeah.
Not necessarily motive.
True.
Okay, so just because they're a little bit the blessing thing is just an identifying so that we know what he looks like? Because that would be silly to think that that would mean you have a predisposition for being a murderer.
I'm sure there's plenty of people in 10 towns who would want anyone with Oral's blessing to be dead.
What? Why?
Oral is
Most people blame her for all this.
the frostmaiden.
So, if you have a cleric or paladin,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't necessarily believe in it, but if they did, would it? If the deity that they were getting their power from, you would just murder them.
No, you don't just murder paladins.
Just shrugs. No clue.
Well,
Oh, I see. I think we can go investigate some thugs.
I've got a good
what does
target
this
for you.
symbol look like?
You guys go, make sure that he's the killer. We want these killings to stop.
Okay.
And he's honestly one of the only wild cards that we've got going around right now. At least the only one that I've seen.
Should have led with that.
We could do the old, what's it called? The Town of Salem trick, where we throw them in jail for the night, and if there's no killing, it's gotta be him.
Right. So, remind me, the 3 killings, when was the oldest one? How long ago?
East Haven was the oldest one.
How long ago?
That was... let me see.
3 days, 3 months?
The East Haven one was 2 months ago.
Oh.
The Human Shop Builder was, I think, 2 weeks ago. And then the one in Targos, or the one in Bryn Shander,
2 days.
was 3 days ago.
Damn it.
So he's getting faster. So everybody died with the same exact signature.
Yep. Icy dagger through the heart.
Okay.
Honestly, might work if it wasn't so damn cold outside. Could just melt. Might be a good way of doing things.
So, question. What's this symbol? I look at the symbol and what does it look like?
The symbol itself looks like it's like a wagon, with a large eye on it.
Okay. Where are they now?
They do deliveries pretty frequently. I know a month ago they were in Targos.
We know 3 days ago they were in Bryn Shander, because if they weren't, then you're lying.
I mean, they could be in Bryn Shander still if you guys gotta move on. Otherwise, they might be moving from Bryn Shander. It's hard to tell. You guys could ask around some of the townsfolk, see if they have any shipments incoming.
So,
If you guys know any shopkeepers or anything. Obviously, I'm not tracking them currently because I'm here.
I might know someone to ask, but I think that we should ask around for shipments income. And then if we don't, I know someone to talk to in Bryn Shander.
2 questions. 1, they're like they have a thuggish enterprise, but how prevalent would you say that those activities? Do people recognize them with this?
People know Tor for sure.
Okay.
I mean, there's not too many merchants who are actually brave enough to travel between the towns currently.
Oh,
So-
even better. Great news, great news. And then second, what do you guys do? What are you good at?
Wait. Oh no, I have to go look at my notes.
Latin kind of shrugs.
Does your
The answer
axe
to
do
your
more
question
than
is
chop
yes.
trees?
Oh, this whole time.
Are you afraid of the sight of blood?
Latin kind of thinks back on recent events.
I
Are you opposed to spilling blood?
thinking out loud to myself.
I'd take the job if I was, I guess.
Fair enough.
Get this person. Or both.
What?
Yeah.
That would have been good news to know.
You see the person?
So the thing is, when I said that,
Let's interrogate her.
what do they look like? And then I was, it's just trying to get little details because I'm a very visual person.
I pull out a notebook and a quill. Where were you 3 days ago? Would you say that you were in Bryn Shander?
Did you get the ink not to...
Answer the question, please. It's sand.
Is it a real quill?
Yes.
Is it real ink?
Yes.
How is it not frozen?
Ink has a much lower heat capacity, so it doesn't freeze until higher temperatures.
Pocket wood. Keep it nice and warm in there.
That's nice.
Where were you 3 days ago?
In town.
Which town?
This one.
This one, 3 days ago.
Bremen. Yes.
Make some notes. Okay. When did you last see these
About
Organites?
a couple weeks have passed.
A couple weeks?
It was in between my trip from Bremshander to Bremen.
You saw.
Were you in Targos 2 weeks ago?
You passed by them in Targos a month ago.
I passed by the Targos about a month ago.
I wasn't sure how much outing you I was going to do versus reminding you.
No, it's good. It's good.
Were they leaving at the time? Because they would be there for another 2 weeks
Oh,
mostly.
you would know this.
And how long were you in Targos?
Put it on my.
I did it.
If I put it in here, then it's too quiet. But I have to put it on the outside.
We need to finagle something at some point.
Trailer park. No, outside.
Well, let me just check my notes.
Yeah, check your journal log. This is necessary.
So,
Founder. Got the culprit. Are you anticipating us being rough with these people?
Torque's caravan was traveling to Bremen.
That's where we are.
That was.
Did you happen to go to Bremen via caravan?
To Bremen.
Say Torque's caravan, perchance?
You did not.
No, I didn't.
Just for clarification on that, Torg's caravan was traveling back to Brynchander from Bremen. They had already made their stop at Bremen when you arrived.
Oh.
And you traveled to Bremen with Wooly.
Yeah.
So you just met them. You didn't work for them.
In passing.
Did you kill anybody? With an ice dagger?
I refuse to answer that.
There's no lawyers here. You can be honest with us.
Oh yeah. I don't need your sass.
It's not sass. You're literally the first contact that we have that's talked to this person.
I didn't actually get to talk to her. I talked to Ponachet, and I went, and then me and Rumi, and yeah, I talked to one of her lackeys.
Her? Who's her?
Well, I talked to one of Torga's lackeys.
Oh, is Torga her?
Yes.
Ah. Doesn't come across in the name.
People have
What was
trouble
her
with
name?
words sometimes.
I was just gonna say it's a wolf.
Okay.
I talked to one of her lackeys because she was quite upset.
She was upset. Why was she upset?
I think it was destroyed recently. All of the stuff from
Oh, she's really good. So,
it was destroyed in an avalanche accident.
Sefik is her personal bodyguard or a caravan guard of hers that goes on?
I think it's personal.
He's, as far as I've seen, he's one of her preferred guards. I don't know if the killings have anything to do with Torga. Torg's definitely been known to enact some of her own justice in the past, but this is entirely different.
Does the face itch, Danny? Okay, so we're just there for... Well, I mean, technically, we're there for anybody in Suffolk's or Torg's caravan.
Was the wagon that Did that have that symbol?
Yes. That is the same symbol from the. You have a couple of pieces of cloth that have that symbol on it.
You're an accomplice. What did you do?
No, I don't, because I handed them the cloth.
Then you don't.
Okay. Yeah, I handed them the, like, here's your... Yeah. Oh,
It sounds like we've
No one needs to know.
it sounds like we've got some leads then. Yeah.
I think if I saw him again, I would be able to identify, maybe be able to discern whether or not it's... I'm not sure.
Last question. How would one obtain an ice dagger to murder people with?
Well,
Hell if I know.
Does
Magic?
Does Cephik use magic?
Hell if I know.
You've
Seen him, I've never seen him murdering you. The dude's got glowing blue eyes and doesn't wear his clothes. It's 50 degrees outside.
I see. I've got it. You just have a problem with people that get the blessing.
No.
You're just like, he's a criminal probably, and he's got this blessing that I don't
I
like.
know for sure. And he's probably working for the Frostmaiden somehow.
I see. This is discrimination. I want you to know that, and you need to talk about it with somebody. But your money's ready.
you have to work for the Maiden.
I mean, I don't know. I would assume not. You don't really get a choice of being born during the blessing, right?
I don't think many people know much about what for. Otherwise.
Furthering the discrimination, you're making up some details there to fill in your own angst.
Definitely not.
Yeah. This is very introspective for at least me. All right. Well, I think we three are up to the task. I mean,
It's one man.
it's a lot of money.
Is it 100 per or
100 gold each.
each person we take in?
100 gold for each of you.
Yeah. Okay.
I-
Listen, I know I've been picking on the discrimination.
I think we're just going for one,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I think so. That's what I was gonna say. I got one more question. Do you want Cephik captured, or do you want the murderer captured?
I want Cephik dealt with.
So,
But make sure that he is the murderer and then deal with it.
And if he's not,
And if he's... Oh, do whatever you want. I don't care.
and we get paid,
Well, as long as the murder is taken care of.
right?
For him, where do we turn him?
Turn him into paste, hopefully. Ideally.
Tomato paste that we feed.
I'm not sure if I have the investigative skills to be the judge and jury.
I pull out my Xi'an.
You probably have more investigative skills than anyone here. The 10 towns aren't exactly known for their justice system.
What do you mean?
People
Oh, you're
know what
actually
they think.
you're from here. You're from Lonelywood.
Yeah,
Have you visited the towns much?
a few of them.
And it's just kind of the same everywhere. Law is kind of dispatched, whatever.
I mean, people mostly...
Most of the
think
speakers will have small retinues of guards, but we don't need to actually involve them.
Do you have a map of the area?
Yeah, I have a probably.
hands us this map.
Who hands you that map?
Okay. I'm gonna cross-reference it with a few of the research notes that I made on the way here in my voyage, which is mostly nothing new. And I just put a few little indicators on this, and you mind if I keep this? Wonderful.
Go on, take.
Thanks.
I mean, I assumed, and if not, then she can take it out.
Last question. If the speakers were to get involved,
Yeah, I hand the map back. I remembered I got one from some dude up.
I wasn't going to say it, but it's kind of sticking out of your pack there.
Listen, it's the right tube.
That hurts me. On this map.
It's just ink. It'll dry.
I hope there's no gold, like pirates. Yeah.
What?
It's just, like, I've heard stories. Do you all not mark the spot?
X marks, yeah.
Because you're a ship.
We're just full of discrimination. I'm a sailor, and so therefore you associate me with a pirate. That was a caravan guard, so he's just a murderer.
On someone else's map, and I thought.
Okay. If it makes you feel better, I'm actually a cartographer. I make the maps.
So one.
Because I thought I needed one. I lost most of my belongings. I'm not ready to talk about it. Anyways, I got a map from the previous person, and let me tell you, it's been kind of an icy hell for me for the past few weeks. So I didn't remember receiving a map. But I got one, and we're good. And I gave her map back.
Latin starts kind of like, or at least for a little bit now, has kind of been like shifting uncomfortably in his chair, which is like kind of moving the table a little bit. We should go. Yeah,
I agree.
Because where to get involved?
Yeah.
Would that be a problem?
Too much red tape. Torg's got too many people in her pocket.
Fair
She'll
enough.
do whatever it takes to protect her man.
Her man as in like bodyguard, not her man as in romantic interest. We kidnap him and she's gonna get super pissed off at us.
Either way, that she's already pissed off.
Okay. Why wasn't
we've got it.
the board, the notice board? Why aren't the murders mentioned on there?
Hell if I know. People just haven't been. I'm the only one who's really been trying to push for getting something done.
No,
Anytime someone posts something,
your organization
torn
is.
down. My organization, yes. Me and my organization.
There are other people that work for this organization, and
This 300 gold I'm going to pay you with. Thanks, I'm going to get rid of this murderer. I mean, yeah,
So,
murderer.
do we need to find you again, or do we need to just find somebody as a part of the organization to, like, conclude our business with Sefik?
Find me again, and then
Where are you going to be?
I'll be here for another couple days. Then I'll probably head back to Brimshan.
Where you stay out of there during the new moon, I guess.
Do my best. You can tell that she's pretty like grumpy about the idea of human sacrifices just in general.
Same. I kind of not really interested in that. Oh well.
It's okay. None of us are human. Let's go.
So a lot of you guys have
Human no.
crampons,
What? Say again?
snowshoes.
Oh.
Ways to
Just
get
seem
it.
a little moody, so
Camping? You got some crampons?
there was inevitably going to be one. I had to get ahead
the
of it.
things on me that I am currently wearing, and that is my possessions.
All of you have a set of winter clothes. I believe that you were the only one with actual crampons. I'm not sure if you got some.
I look at your feet.
I haven't found any that fit my feet.
I'm sorry. Have you requisitioned to get some?
No, I've just glanced through the windows and I see that none of them are in my size.
How do people usually travel from town to town? How are the roads?
So travel from town to town is slow going. The roads are nicer to travel on than just traveling straight through the tundra. You can typically travel between towns in let's see, anywhere from
It's 2 hours to get to Bremen here.
yes, to get to Targos it would be
We're in
2 hours.
So
To get to from Bremen to Targos is 2 hours, and then from Targos to Brinchander is another 2 hours. Just kind of as reference on this map.
That's way shorter.
That's via walking, and
I've done a bit of it.
these towns are not very far apart from each other.
Is there a scale?
People will travel on dog sled also. There is a scale.
This is 20 bucks.
What is the indicator for
5 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles.
Okay, so it's like 2.5 miles or so.
It is about 2.5 miles from Bremen.
People-
Towns that close to each other?
You gotta huddle in for warmth. They're a lot more distant just based on the like dangers of traveling than they seem on the map. People will use like dog sleds, can cut down travel time significantly. Having things like snowshoes and crampons will cut down travel time immediately. I have to check if that 2-hour time is the base or if that is.
I could potentially make it an hour because it doubles my move speed, my travel speed in snow.
So yeah, that's how it works. When you're traveling on the roads, the crampons are useful, but they don't actually reduce your travel time. When you're traveling out in the tundra, it will reduce your travel time, or on mountains, passes and whatnot. So traveling on the roads is the safest and most consistent way of getting between towns. There's still obviously dangers, like a blizzard could kick up at any moment, and those can be pretty deadly. But people will use dog sleds to transport goods. Dogs can travel for a certain distance. They'll have to rest on occasion, but they can carry larger amounts than people can typically, and they move a lot faster than people can.
How much to hire one of them?
Dog sleds will run you an amount. You can't get one in Bremen, unfortunately, because they don't have...
Mortified Knight advance 297 gold.
An empty sled costs 20 gold,
Ah.
and a sled dog costs 50 gold, and can pull up to 360 pounds. Sled dogs have certain resting points.
All right, it's a future endeavor.
Is that to purchase them for yourself forever? Or
Yes, that is to like straight up purchase one. You'll be able to find in towns that aren't Bremen. You'll be able to find like people who are selling goods like that.
Also, if you add more dogs, do you increase the carry weight?
Yes,
Okay, there you go.
and you can have multiple sleds, or you can add more dogs to help increase.
We
the
would
carry
need
weight.
like at least 4 dogs.
Sleds and you've got like 2 feet on each feet, and you're like,
all of the towns, as far on my end, one of the fun things, all of the towns are rated on their friendliness level, their services level, and their comfort level, and it's a snowflake system where they're rated from 1 to 3 snowflakes. So like Bremen is a 3 snowflake friendliness, 1 snowflake services, 2 snowflake comfort.
It gets less comfortable than this. Good to know.
Yes, yes, it does.
Question: are you guaranteed at least 1 snowflake? Given the most,
I think 1 snowflake is the lowest ranking. I don't think there are any 0 snowflake locations.
And if like there was a flame,
about to be here, that's a 0 snowflake
Fair
comfort.
And service.
Yeah.
So
it's quite
what was
friendly.
it? So it was
What?
comfort.
Bremen is 3 snowflake friendliness, 1 snowflake services, and 2 snowflake comfort.
What was their overall?
What do you mean?
Their overall snowflake?
There's not no. overall
okay.
snowflake thing.
We just rate the town as like as a general like
Yeah.
a 5-star.
And so you guys know from like kind of walking around in Bremen, like there's the 5 taverns. There's the town hall. The inn is very nice. It's called Cora's Loss, or sorry, no, it's not called Cora's Loss. It is called Buried Treasures.
That's right.
That's
That's the one here in Bremen. That's and that's the lady. She is like very, very eager to help people and tends to treat her guests like royalty whenever they're around.
We are her buried treasure.
There's also a trinket shop that is in the town. And apart from that, like kind of general like fishing goods and some like light travel goods shop. Dick's Sporting Goods kind of situation. Those are kind of the only shops that are in the area. I'm trying to remember what. Where did I put Lumi's stuff? Tippers. You remember?
So I was thinking, she last saw towards caravan that had Sefik. going east some time
Do you
ago.
want me to send you what I...
And this is the furthest north town that I'm aware of. Well, you wouldn't go north of here on a typical route, I would think, unless you had some really big business on Lonely Wood. Right? Otherwise, you'd probably just take the other circuit. So they're probably to our east, and we would know if they were here.
Tourmaline is also north of Targos.
Tourmaline is in between.
Lonely Wood and Targos.
Yeah. Here it is.
I guess he could have wrapped back. Well, we can go to Targos and ask around and see when they last saw the caravan. Either A, it'll still be when she last saw them and they were headed to Brinchander, and then presumably are still there or have moved on, or they went to Tourmaline. But I don't think they're here.
Their caravan stops at just about all the towns at one point or another, but travels to the smaller ones less frequent.
Just full of good information when you think you have nothing left to offer. It's wonderful.
Listen, I'm a little too old to be jumping into...
You have that adventurer spirit.
Alright, so we'll pay you 50 gold to go kill this guy for us.
And turn him
How do
in
you
the face
think about that?
and torture him so that he feels
I
compelled
put
to...
$20 on the table, then you put $20 on the table. I buy the whole stack for $30, and we both made a $10 profit.
Yeah.
So, what do you guys do? You need to...
I get up and start putting on the rest of my garb
Okay.
and grab my stuff.
I gotta grab my North Face furs and I find that they've been stolen.
Screech my chair backwards and stand up and start making my way over to the front door.
It's really convenient. Were you putting on my furs? Were you in here a while to have your furs?
Yeah, you could. Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
What?
Thanks, Lynn. We'll be seeing you.
I certainly hope so.
Joe, you
I don't know.
got mine recently. Do you like it?
It looks comfortable.
I love the colours. I think it looks very chic.
Bring out your eyes.
You're
You're welcome. I travel pretty lightly, so I'm kind of ready to go whenever. If you guys got any last minute business to do.
Do you keep your quill? It's just never. You never squash. You're not worried about squishing the.
Pretty Dex. Well, yeah, but I have more quills in my pack.
Fancy.
You open his pack and it's just nothing but quills.
I call it
birds.
Listen, I'm calling it down, right? And it's really comfy to put in like small cloth sacks. You lay on it at night. The quills like poke a little bit, but I think it'll catch on.
Feather down pillow, but he just uses all the feather down for making quills.
You wake up with something written on your face.
Blah, blah, blah.
That's funny.
Who inked the quills inside my pillowcase?
You did.
Oh, I wouldn't make such a mistake.
As you guys are kind of getting your furs and everything ready, the door to the inn kind of opens up, and with the accompanying flurry of snow and wind and immediate drop in temperature, the door closes behind, and you see a person wearing a kind of greenish cloak over some furs and large goggles. He takes off the goggles, and both of you immediately recognize this person as Rumi, who is now entering, and
No, go ahead.
and it enters the area and kind of glances around, takes off his head, shows off his auburn hair, and
Off his head.
takes off his head.
new
Looks around and sees you guys. It's like, oh, wonderful, wonderful. Hey guys.
Squish.
Ow. Yeah, I'm glad. We haven't met yet. Hi, my name's Rumi.
Hi.
I work at the trinket shop with my dad. Listen, I was actually wondering if you guys could maybe help me out a little bit.
We might be able to, but we've just gotten a mission.
That's exciting. What?
We've got to find.
We're hunting a murderer. It's pretty exciting.
You changed your cloak color.
I thought the green looked good.
It reminds.
Very ranger, you know.
I like it. Did you get it from? No, he left. He left the town already.
Speaking of,
No, yeah, I didn't.
what was your mission?
A friend of mine, Tally, is having some issues with a guy down at the dock. I was wondering if maybe
Like a domestic dispute? Or
not like a domestic dispute. He's got some Tally's like a researcher. He can explain it better than I can. He's got some
done a bit of research?
He's
Yeah, we should go help. Yeah.
arguing with the guy.
Be able to, yeah.
Okay.
Well, we were just heading out, right?
Yes, but let's stop here and then.
All right, you were on our way out. We could just, we're going there.
It hopefully wouldn't take too long.
Yeah, you cover our ales, while we?
No,
I'm just kidding.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
he's quite funny.
What? I forgot. That I had a map. Okay, just let that one go.
Just don't own anything.
People pay me to do that.
Okay.
Down to
we'll
the
see.
docks.
The dock, yeah.
The docks, right? Which way were the docks in this town?
That way.
Wait, Romy, that's a pretty acidic. Is this the thing?
I don't know. It's a box that's got all my maps and shit in it. It might be. I'm pretty sure it's on the. Oh, is it behind you?
Oh, I can't lift it. It's actually heavy.
That's my box. I have in my handy dandy box. Shout out to Westfield, by the way, for allowing me to shout out Beal and Grimm's. Not sponsored, but hashtag sponsor us. This box set is freaking awesome. And has a lot of really cool handouts and maps and stuff. I know I have town maps in here somewhere. That's Targos. That's Goodmead. Oh god, I can recognize most of these. That's Tourmaline. That's Lonelywood.
You looked at them
actually Targos. That's Bremen.
looked at them enough times that you could just.
This is Bremen. Here, I can show the. That's Bremen. It is a lovely little town. And also, this is the town crest of Bremen. All the town crests have their very specific meanings. Bremen's, I think, it has it written down in here. The heraldry. Gold circle on a white field with a horizontal blue band extending to the left under the circle. A flaring blue triangle opening away from the circle on the right. The gold circle represents a treasure found in the wake of local floods. And the blue band is a Shangarn River, and the blue triangle is Meridualan, and the white field represents snow. Pretty
to be a
creative on that
gold
last part,
panning town. Alright. We are at the 5 Tavern corner. The town hall is literally just a skip behind the taverns.
Listen, if I was a mayor of a town, I'd sure put my manor right next to the tavern.
The buried treasure is the inn. Is on the south side of the town, and then we are going to the docks, Meridualan, on the east side of town, and we're actually headed Southwest. So, it's kind of like directly as most out of the way in this town as you can get to.
It's a small town.
Yeah, I get that, but I was just like...
Think about your time spent.
Technically.
The whole argument about the quills probably took long.
That's cool. We can leave this right. I like that.
Yeah,
I love these handouts, dude. And they've legitimately, this box is like where this DM screen came from. It came with like handouts and its own like custom quest stuff. Very, very cool. I highly recommend. Thank you, Westfield, for picking that up because it's been a boon. They also have little handouts where, because lugging around a whole book can be kind of a pain in the ass, they have it broken down into sections and made into little like paper, like softback handouts. All great stuff.
All right, to the docks.
You guys head to the docks. The lake around the creaky docks is frozen, forcing fishers to pull their rowboats up onto the ice. Standing between a pair of boats is a stout humanoid in cold weather clothing, arguing with a tall, lanky one. A gray hood hides most of the stout humanoid's face, but you can make out a wide nose and a long, frosty beard. The stout figure, who appeared to be actively having a loud discussion with the lankier one, spots you all on your way and is like, "Good, you're here! Get in, ingrates! These fish ain't gonna catch themselves!"
Yo. What?
This is the river, right? The river that this dock is on. Is it the whole river frozen over?
So the river, the Shanghai River, it doesn't show very well on this map, but that immediately opens up into the actual lake. There's a large lake there. The whole river is mostly frozen. That has kind of like large ice flows on occasion. And then the Mer Dualen, that entire area around the docks is frozen. And then it goes out for a decent ways before it opens out into pure lake.
Okay.
Yeah, he yells out to you, and as you continue to approach, you see that there are two small fishing boats right next to him. And one of them, let's see. One of them has Burly Ram written on the side of it, and the other one has Pronged Go, and the rest of the word is missing because there's a very conspicuous large bite mark taken out of the ship. As you guys kind of approach, the taller figure just like is shaking its head and rubbing their face, and he's like, "Come on, time's not well spent yapping. Get in there. As we agreed, our gold price of 5 copper per trout."
Sir, I think you might have the wrong lot.
I'm afraid I'm going to fall through the lake.
Latch stops about 100 feet back.
We're here for...
You're here because I hired you last night at the bar.
No.
You got the wrong people. We're here because we heard there's trouble.
Right?
Tally, can you explain? And the dwarf immediately is just like, "You don't mind to the rambling fool." And the person kind of like, they take off their goggles at least so they can kind of see you guys eye to eye. It's generally pretty hard to make out people's appearances through their winter clothes, but people will, on occasion, as like signs of kind of like social decency, to like take off a hood temporarily or something like that to show you their face. He's like, I assume he didn't hire. My name's Cal. He didn't actually hire you guys.
No.
He's a bit mad. He.
1 second. I walk back over to Latin. You good?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
No, I'm gonna.
You're not.
We'll stay here. Yeah.
Okay. You want to talk about this a little bit?
No. Well, let's
Later?
figure this out. Just
All right,
Yeah.
we're good. I come back.
The
This man.
the dwarf throws up his arms and he's like, "Well, get to work. The fishing gear's all in the boat," and then starts walking off, cursing in Dwarvish towards kind of the dock house. Okay.
I will stay with Tally.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
What's your name?
My name's Grinks Bellyborn.
Do you know my name?
No, why would I need to know your name?
Because that's how you hire me.
Fisher number 3.
No, sir.
You bring fish, I give you money.
So you bring me fish and I'll give you money.
Yeah, it's a busy day. The
You
lake's
give
nice
me
today.
fish and I will give you money.
That's not how this works.
Well, I know, so I can hire you.
Also not how that works.
Exactly. I don't work for you. Why am I here?
To catch fish, I assume. Why else would you be on a dock?
No, Seth. Good day.
Yeah, get to work.
I question Tally.
No, sir.
What is the nature of this?
Who do you look for? He says, I get the feeling that Grinsk Barrel Boar is Grynsk
Again, it's being
Beryldore.
not barrel, but barrel.
And he's a dwarf?
He is a shield dwarf, yes. With a long frozen beard.
Nap it off. They got 8 strengths.
But Tally says, I'm getting the feeling that Grinsk doesn't like me very much, or anyone who steps between him and the gold swimming in the lake. I'm Tally. I'm studying the local animal life here in Icewind Dale. I just couldn't stay silent and watch another crew fall victim to the monster of Maer Dwalin. I think he has a habit of hiring people while drunk, and I'm assuming whatever crew he hired decided not to show up today. Not that I blame them.
To explain about this, I look at the prongs go.
Yeah. I've been hearing reports. I've been trying to.
Could you speak up a little? He's 100 feet over there.
I'm sorry. I'm
looking at him. He's trying to listen.
I'm very soft spoken in general. And Rumi's kind of pipes in. It's like, it's okay, Tally. They're really nice. They might be able to help you out too.
Also, I shout at the dwarf again. Who do you work for? Prince?
Could you take the conversation a little bit away from the dock towards our friend Maiden?
We can move. Yeah. And Grinks yells back like, I don't work for nobody. I work for my damn self. And you work for me. Get to work. What are you yapping for?
He just seems a bit older. He might just be right.
He mostly just is very stubborn.
I was talking about Latin.
I couldn't say that about you. He follows you back.
Okay, that's
over
good.
to Latin.
That's good.
Are you afraid that if you step on a lake that
We did approach conversations in that way.
what?
Socially.
What?
Let's talk about it.
You just said he had hearing problems.
It's better to assume that he's...
No, it is not.
He Rumi speaks up again and is like, they're very smart about like animal things, and there have been a number of and I'm sure we've talked about it, the fishermen who have gone missing recently.
Why isn't this on the notice board?
That I mean, did you look at the back of the notice board?
No, it's a board on a wall.
Well, the like parchment that's on there, like he'll make fun of them a lot, and they couldn't just put the sea monster in the lake and killing everyone. They couldn't do that, so they kind of put a little hidden thing on the back and a little drawing.
How did you know it was a monster?
Tally then speaks up. I mean, apart from the obvious being the huge bite out of the ship that's over there, a couple of people have gone missing on the lake recently, and I've been coming to try to warn any uninformed people not to just take jobs.
Visual question.
Yes.
How big you said these were rowboats, or how big are these boats?
Yeah, they're like rowboat shipping boats. So I'd say, think like you know those tin bottom shipping fishing boats,
Like little
kind of like the
15-foot long boats.
Yeah, they're definitely small, but the bite out of this was pretty sizable.
So like,
How do you know it wasn't a setup? It could have been someone out there killing fish and trying to blame it on a monster.
I've heard some descriptions of it. Some people are saying that it's the size of an ox. Others saying it's the size of the house. Fishermen can exaggerate as they are wont to do. Some people have been telling me that it might be a whale or a large fish, and others describe it with more of a lizard shape type appearance. But it has scaly skin and a long neck is kind of all we know. The boat that was damaged was actually found adrift with no crew. Obviously something must have happened to it, but my theory currently is that there was some kind of creature that was living peacefully in the lake this whole time, eating fish and whatnot, and then maybe something when this never-ending winter has disrupted its feeding habits. But I'm looking for, if you guys could, someone to go and perhaps do some more research for me. Pulls out a notebook. I have some research notes. I'm not much suited for lake life myself. He hands it to you.
Question. What's the reward?
I can't offer much outside of my gratitude. I can probably scrape together some amount of reward, certainly. And Tally also is like, I can help. We could probably get something like that's gonna be kind of mad. We could probably offer like 25 gold for each of you if you were willing to help Tally. It would mean a lot to us.
Let me go investigate the boat real quick. If
Okay.
you, and more notably Grinsk, doesn't mind, keep him away.
Yeah, Grinsk
Check for
is,
tampering.
Grinsk is he's sitting on a chair outside of the boathouse, and smoking from a pipe, and just you can feel the daggers coming out of his eyes, but he's not paying any attention to you.
Would you say that they would be like frozen daggers?
No frozen daggers. If you left them outside,
Gotcha.
Yeah.
When you said gold floating in the sea, what does that mean? He's only after gold floating in the sea. Gold doesn't float.
Yeah, I mean the trout. It's pretty lucrative business. I mean, him offering 5 copper each for a catch is honestly a little bit of robbery on his part, but he does provide the boats and the fishing gear.
Is
So
there a certain time of day that these people are going missing, or
people will go out boating for the entire day. It's kind of impossible to know exactly when we pulled that ship in. Another crew was out and found it, and that crew had been missing for days at that point.
which crew found it?
I can't say for certain. It was just one of the hodgepodge groups of the fishers that live in the village.
So what you're saying is there's just this lucrative gold, awe-inspiring, empowering fish.
Yeah.
And
I mean, I wouldn't say
it's-
awe-inspiring, but there's definitely.
there's no competitiveness in the area.
I mean, there's a lot of competition. We're we're luckily
I
spared
think you're
from
onto something.
a
That's
decent
it.
chunk of it.
Yeah.
Our lake isn't nearly as aggressive or competitive as some of the other ones, but
How many boating crews are on this lake?
I can only really speak from Bremen. There's an older man who still makes his way out on occasion. There's Grinks groups, and then most people are kind of freelancers at this point. There's not really any major organization here in Bremen. Some of the other towns sometimes will have larger companies that get things sorted, but
Have they been questioned?
no, I haven't done any questioning. I've mostly been running off of the reports of the monster in the lake that the fishermen have been coming back with. There's on occasion scuffles between people while they're out there, but our lake is fairly big, and our dock is frozen. We have a hard enough time. I believe the dock in Tourmaline is not as frozen as ours, so they can travel a little bit more freely than we can. They have much more boats on the water.
And this monster,
Yes.
when did the sightings start?
I bet you.
Sucks to be you. I got your research notes.
Let me check my research.
Imagine everything you touch coming back with ink swells.
It's only been happening in the last couple months, and to the best of my knowledge, it is only Bremen ships that have been attacked. I mean, maybe you do have something going there. I've never heard of things being particularly hostile on the lake, though. But I mean, if it's only our ships that are being attacked, then
Do they use a particular type of bait in Bremen?
no. Apart from all ships are required to fly the colors of their city, or will choose to in most cases. But mostly, everyone kind of uses the same methods, either ice fishing or most people will use nets to catch the fish.
So Art was walking out to the boat to go investigate it during the conversation.
Yes.
What kind of notes did the research?
In the research, you see kind of general. You see some like sketches of ideas of how the thing might look. I know I had trouble finding this last time. The fancy thing that I had shown you guys, that was the notice board. I'll try to find it.
If that becomes a meme, I'm here for it.
Yeah. The fancy thing that it looks like description. There's some doodles of what it may look like. There's the notes in general are actually very, very articulate, and while there's one section specifically that's about this occurrence, there's diagrams of like knucklehead trout, and like how the large ivory skull piece of the knucklehead trout is, and best ways of like dissections and how their organs work and whatnot. There's some like dietary things on how the knucklehead trout in Mer Dwalin are slightly different from the ones in Loch Denashire. Not large differences, mostly in like colorations and stuff like that, but kind of like just researchers' notes on that. And then notes on all of these descriptions of like, is it like the size of an ox, or is it the size of a house, or maybe just the size of a boat? Like he's received so many different descriptions on it. So trying to most of what he's told you already, of like just trying to coalesce that information down.
So I take out some parchment and I coalesce that even further, skipping out on most of the knucklehead trout stuff, and just kind of put some limitations around what he's found informationally wise. So like, could be an ox, could be a house. Then I conclude that, and then I guess I don't really take much note of like the caricatures of what it could look like. Instead, I'll spend some time investigating the pronged go, and mostly like I'll be trying to capture a drawing with some like schematics of like what the bite looks like, and then I want to investigate to see if there's anything, you know, at the edges of it that would, you know, make it look like something that was definitely, you know,
Right.
teeth-based or something. Like what kind of material ripped into this boat?
Totally. Go ahead and give me an investigation check. And are you checking for tampering situations at all, or specifically investigating?
I'm going to start with the bite mark and see like what put that together, or remove that from the situation, then look for other instances on the boat.
So give me the first investigation check.
I'm going to use my inspiration die.
Okay.
Well, the first dice roll of the group campaign.
Yeah, who can say that they used inspiration on the very first?
Inspiration dice roll.
That's slightly better. No longer will it be a natural 1. It will be a 15 total.
15, all right. With 15, you the bite chunk is like probably this large out of the boat.
About a foot or so in width and about 6 inches in depth.
Yeah, and the it's a little bit further than 6 inches. I would say it's probably about a foot across and about a foot deep. Also.
Okay.
You definitely get the sense that there was some breaking and tearing of like something that like clunched into the boat and then ripped, like more ripped than just like pure bite mark. But like one half of it is preserved bite mark, and it looks like rows of jagged teeth. It kind of has the many teeth kind of markers.
Okay.
As far as you can tell, this looks like a genuine a genuine animal bite, or if it is a like fabrication, it's a very good one.
Okay. Do I find any material of bone that around this? And were the boats made out of wood? And
the boats are made out of wood.
Assuming they have some kind of riveting of metals to hold them in place? Okay.
Yeah, and you don't see any like remnants of bones or anything. But also based on your knowledge, this boat has been back for a while, and so it's probably been like cleaned off or whatever.
Okay.
If there was anything here.
Did it look like anything sheared through metal as a result of the bite mark? Or?
No, it was only wood.
Okay. And then I investigate each of like the indentations of the bite to see like there wasn't some kind of carver's tools used to
with your 15 continuing on the bite, you couldn't tell if like I said, if it was something that was like intentionally carved into the boat. It's so good that you wouldn't be able to tell.
Okay. Then I expand my view for tampering. Any plugs in the bottom of the rowboat that were removed, or
go ahead and make another investigation check for me.
10.
A 10? You don't see any signs of tampering. The fishing gear that's inside the boat, already loaded up, is shoddy, but it looks totally serviceable. There's no major signs of like misrepair on the boat. The boat, apart from having a large hole in the side of it, is remarkably like sturdy, like well built, well maintained. A little bit surprising. Apart from some scrape marks on the bottom, presumably from dragging it across the ice, there's nothing that seems to be particularly wrong about the boat.
Would I assume that the boat would be able to float with a foot-length hole in the side of its...
Yes. It would be able to float. It would be less sturdy than the other boat, but...
Okay. I conclude my investigation. I come walking back to the rest of the conversation.
Okay. You come...
What did you find?
It's a monster of some kind. I have some
Creature.
seafaring experience, though not usually inside of a lake. Do I associate this bite mark with anything that I've seen or heard of during my past?
That'd be a pretty tough one. It definitely, like you can rule out that it's a whale, right?
Right.
Probably based on the angle and based on the descriptions, probably not like a shark either. The whatever kind of creature this is, you would probably agree with some of Tali's observations that it's probably something serpentine in nature.
Okay. And so I did, and right, you said that it was clean, but I didn't find any evidence of like either blubber or like oils or scales around
Yeah, nothing
Okay.
like that on the boat.
The idiot's cleaned off the surface, so we have a bite mark that indicates it's not a house, but
Well, you said monster. How do
colloquially.
is it a beast or creature?
It could be a
How
hungry
do you know
fish.
that it's so it's just a beast.
Yeah, I was using...
There's no evidence of evil.
No, this wasn't an act of somebody who follows some kind of moral compass. I think it is more creature-based. No tampering was found.
Good.
It is strange that it only targets boats from Bremen, but it may just be a coincidence or a shaped thing.
It might be in its hunting ground, right? Like,
Well,
there's
it
a-
might be the color of the flags. Like a bull
Potentially.
runs to a red flag. The
That's
yellow
not true.
is quite
It's often
alarming.
hard to see. I mean, at least from my understanding of how most creatures, including people, see at night. It's often quite hard to see colors. As I'm sure you would
So
know, maybe.
your research didn't conclude evidence that it was attacking or not attacking boats from other places. Do the boats and fishing grounds have overlaps, or do people just
There
kind
are
of...
certainly overlaps, yes.
Okay.
I've only received reports of attacks here in Bremen. I've reached out to Lonely Wood, and some of their ships have been out and about in very similar situations. Some of the stories of the attacks have come from those other fishers from other towns, and they've seen that whatever this creature is completely uninterested in their boats.
Is there...
Look for that.
Well, that was me looking at dark vision on my character sheet. Sorry.
He kind of was like, I don't actually know what you guys are. I know you're a dragonborn. You got dark vision.
Do the mariners here use some kind of sealant for their vessels that perhaps is enticing?
Yeah, a player question. Mariners are a baseball team.
The Mariners were named after the occupation of being a mariner.
What is a mariner?
Sea time goer of people.
Baseball player.
Baseball player.
It's like I'm so sorry. I just had to let you know.
Making fun of my character's intelligence?
No. I just want
Yeah.
I don't know of anything that.
Lurker.
they eat marinara sauce.
Marinara.
I mean, if they're chumming, maybe.
Sorry.
I don't know exactly what I can't assume that our boats are built any differently or use anything particularly unique.
Prince would know, right?
If you Grinks would know, yeah, I suppose if you could get him to talk. But if you guys were able to go do some scouting on the lake and come back with any information, you can feel free to write it in that notebook if you could bring back some.
He just said, I can write on the papers.
That's consent.
You heard it.
That's
I'm just making sure that you are aware of it. Thank you.
It would be an amazing help. And potentially, I could find something if we need to stop using something or start using something. Adding more information on the creature could help.
We've got a pressing matter in perhaps another tin town. I'm not sure how quickly that we can address this.
I mean, I'm sure it wouldn't. I understand if you're too busy.
What's the frequency of the sightings or attacks?
As far as I know, they're fairly frequent. I wouldn't.
People here in these frozen towns have a very large gap of what frequent means.
That,
Frequent means,
that's true.
yeah, several weeks ago. You mean frequent by every night or every other night?
As far as I know, there's at least some kind of sighting nearly every time someone goes out.
Perfect. I think perhaps we could deviate slightly.
It really would be a great help, I think.
I don't think we can really take this job
Why is that?
The people of Bremen would be.
because I'm not going out on the lake.
Like the lake, the open waters, or the lake, the ice, or lake at all?
I'm not going any closer to the lake than we are right now.
Well,
I'm gonna go talk to Grinsk.
do you think that there's a way that you could go investigate and talk about things that should not be talked about while we take care of the lake beast?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
All right. Just a moment. We will we need to speak privately.
Certainly. I can let you do that.
Would you mind do you know where we can find Grents?
It's over there.
Is-
Well, you drunk.
Oh no, the other one, the other fisher that you mentioned earlier with the G name. You said there was a few people who go out on the lake.
Well, Grinsk is the main one. There's another man who,
Old man who sails out of the lake sometimes.
hold
dude,
on, I don't remember if I wrote his name.
Old Man River.
Old man who sails out sometimes.
So I was thinking, I don't want you to feel uncomfortable. If you're not competent, that's completely fine.
I'm not uncomfortable. Completely competent. I'm just not going on the lake. I know we've just met, but I'm not going on the lake.
I completely understand. I meant comfortable on the lake. So, if you would like to go investigate the murders, I just don't want you to have to stand on the edge of the lake with asshole over there. Maybe asking around town for when the next caravan will come in, or
I mean, I could make my way to the next town. You guys are staying here?
I'm friends with Rumi, and I'm not gonna let that kid down.
All right. Well, maybe we could meet up again sometime.
I'm gonna go talk to the boy.
Oh,
Do you have a map of Targos?
I do.
Before we...
also Latin.
You went too far. Too far.
It's 3 back in the end.
Okay. I can meet you at the Three Flags Sailing. I can head to the town now. Ask around. Set up a place. Meet you there.
Also, if there's maybe like a market that maybe there's another creature for sale, something with the same jawline.
What do you mean?
Be able to match the teeth with.
For sale? Why would people...
This isn't some mystical creature.
I think the only thing we're gonna find in markets around here is fish.
Oh, yeah, fish and dogs. You see the silhouette of Tally kind of like at coming into like moving into your conversational space. Rumi had explained maybe some of your condition. I think if I have any need to, if you were, I know he said that you were looking for help. If I have any need to sweeten the deal, I could. potentially try to put in a good word with some of the more scholarly folks, or see if I have any record back at my place of potential goings on. If I would certainly imagine that the more people, the better to go on this mission. If I could
No,
offer any more.
it's fine. They can share in the reward for it. I'm sure it'll be. I'll get a head start on the next one.
If you're putting in the extra effort on the other mission beforehand, I'll gladly split it 3 ways.
Let's not get eaten first.
I might take an extra gold if I lose an arm. I'm not gonna lie.
I make my way towards Grinsk.
Okay, you start going
Is
towards
that
Craig?
okay?
You guys work on this one, yeah.
Will you just tag along and see us off just in case? Not right now. I meant I don't want to deal with this guy by myself. You're local. You might be able to localize him. You know what I mean?
I thought you didn't want me to just stand here.
Well, I also don't want to deal with you're looming.
I don't want to be looming. I can go get to work.
But I want you to be looming at that man. You saw how my interaction went with him.
I don't think you're going to get anything out of him. That's what I think.
I agree.
I think
I
this is a
think
stubborn
you would
old
be
man.
It seems like we might have 2 in the same, but I think it'll.
Wait.
How old are you, by the way? You're.
It doesn't matter.
I never.
I don't think you're going to get anything out of the dwarf.
But you could.
I don't think anyone's going to get anything out of the dwarf.
So you're not willing to try?
I've talked with plenty of people like him.
Alright, I'll let you try then. He doesn't.
I'm gone.
I'll let him try then.
On your way. I think that is a great time for the yawn on. It's time to loom. It's a great time for a quick break. We're going to take a real quick, just a 15-minute break, and we will be back with some more. Oh, this isn't where Streamlabs is. Of course it's not.
Back with some more Icewind Dale.
More Icewind Dale. We will see what happens with this potential monster on the lake.
Intermission is 2 below.
Stuff.
Do you need intermission or be right back?
I actually need the intermission.
The movie? That's the one.
Okay, we'll be back.
position.
We're back.
And we're back, and everyone's moving. The cameras didn't decide to shut off while we weren't looking, which is awesome.
I was always looking.
Listen, these cameras can be finicky, to say the least. So, where we left off, I believe we were deciding the
Turn order.
future and turn order of what we were doing. The intrepid Latin was planning on potentially taking a trip off, or maybe sticking around in Bremen, or were you wanting to head to the next area? Or
I think I was gonna head on to the next town and maybe do some little scouting in the area for us.
Okay, yeah, totally. And what were your guys' plans?
Talk to Grinsk.
Okay. As you
Before, are you like leaving? Like right now?
I was gonna.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to him.
okay, we'll do Grinsk first. He's sitting there, leaned back in his chair, smoking out of a large pipe.
Hey, Fursicle. Wake up.
What do you want?
Want some information.
Go on the water.
Don't know how to get on the water. Anyways, we're about to get on the water. Some of us are. What do you do for your boats? To keep them in shape.
Take care of them.
Elaborate.
Just the usual stuff. Nothing weird. We wax them occasionally. We clean them.
Wax them occasionally. What kind of wax do you use?
Just regular wax, just unscented, unflavored to scare the fish off otherwise.
That would make sense. Where do you get your where do you import the wax from? Locally, or is it through one of the towns nearby?
I think we get shipments from Torg's Caravan on occasion, and we just buy from them.
Wonderful. Yeah, we'll be on the water any second now. Thanks.
Great. Watch out for the ice flows. That's what happened to the one
The one that was bitten.
yeah,
Like
the prong goat. The idiots just ran into an ice flow out there.
And left
Must have
teeth.
been born with pits for eyes.
Thanks.
What do you mean it wasn't bitten?
It was bitten.
Clearly wasn't bitten. The idiots just ran into a chunk of ice, broke part of their boat, fell into the water probably, and then I had to go recover my boat out of the water. You understand how annoying it is to haul a boat with an equally sized boat?
They're just rowboats. There's a tether.
Yeah, but it's still obnoxious. Took practically half a day of work off my crew.
You lost that crew. You didn't pay that crew.
True. There were some fish on the boat.
You made money off of their deaths.
No, I would have made that money anyway. There just happened to still be fish on the boat.
Well, no, you made that money anyways, but you also didn't pay the people who made you that money. So therefore, you made money off of their deaths, specifically.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Aren't you supposed to be on the water?
No. I make my own hours, actually. What does it matter to you? Whether you get one fish or 20?
Quite a lot.
Right. Well, not too much, right? Because that would be a little bit extortionist, right? You're paying me 5 copper per fish.
Yeah.
So it would be comparable.
That's how business is.
Yeah, I bet. So anyways, I make my own hours, and you'll pay me however many fish I give you. You should have
Absolutely. You should get on the lake pretty quick, though.
Or
you're going to catch less fish.
I'm not worried about that. Anyways, I'm done. Go about your day.
Yeah.
You gotta be direct with these people. Cut through the scent of alcohol.
Cut through all that red tape.
Cut through all that red tape.
You ask for the things you want, and you get what you want sometimes. Like writing in people's journals.
Right. Well,
Should we go take a boat?
Latin.
Oh, you're still here. I thought you were making your way to the next town.
I was.
Gold or anything before you leave.
No, I'll make it fine.
You know, in my studies, I heard that if you loan somebody something, they're more likely to interpret you in a positive way.
It's not gonna be too far. Just a couple hours over.
We might be the night or something like that. So, you said you were going to what was the? I haven't been to that. So, what was the name of it? I'll know a little.
Talk?
It's name of town underneath paper that I can't see.
Well, Targos, but the name of the inn.
Oh, name of inn in Torgos. That's whaling, fishy salmon. Top right, by the way.
No, I think that the inn is actually Triglio.
Not the flags. There are 3 flags sailing.
Let me double check real quick.
That's their bar.
I think that's the place price that I was gonna.
Yeah, you did 3. You did say
This
3.
assumed that this sounded like an inn or bar name to me.
Their inns and bars are separate.
Yeah.
Either one, though, is where you'll whatever that place was.
Yeah, okay. Triglio is the general store. 3 Flags Sailing is the tavern that also serves as an inn here.
Okay. Well, no, in Bremen itself.
In Bremen, it is separate, yes. Sure. Because, I mean, why would you run an inn and a bar at the same? That's just bad business.
Right, and the brothers probably couldn't afford 5 inn bars.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5 inn bars is a lot.
They could
Like 1 inn bar, but
if you were,
An inn with 5 bars. That's what they should do.
dude, we need to figure out who owns the inn. Not the person who's up front, but the person above her.
Yeah.
It's probably the mom.
Yeah. Anyways, okay. Well, we'll catch you there. Good luck, and see you soon. As long as I don't have a bite that's about in me.
Don't die.
I'm inspired. Here we go. Get on the boat. You want to take the one with the out of it, or the big one, the full one?
Do we have actual inspiration tokens that are in that?
We should.
Inspiration token.
Got 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. Here you go, sir.
Hey, look at that.
You.
You have to kiss yourself.
As Latin is taking off, heading to do some traveling to the southeast-ish,
Targos.
to Targos. You guys approach the rowboats. Obviously, one of them is in slightly less repair, having a big hole in the side. 2 of you could fit into a rowboat at a time, or you could take both if you like.
Just the one. What if he gets another crew?
You 2 can load up into the Burly Ram. You're going to have to basically spend a little bit of time pulling the boat across because the docks are just frozen completely solid. You have to pull it out probably about 200 feet or so of just hauling the boat out.
Before I get on the boat, I will ask the researcher, what were the name of...
Sally's the researcher.
Yeah, Tally. What?
Osh.
The boat.
There you go.
The other boats. What were the names of the other boats? You've got a burly ram and a prolonged goat.
It's a strong goat.
Songs go.
I don't think he's actually lost any full boats, just the chunk out of the one.
What were the other... There was no other ships.
I'm sure there were some other boats
What?
that were lost. I don't really keep track of what fishermen call their boats.
Run over to
Grensk.
Grensk.
Okay.
Burly ram, pronged goat.
Right.
Cool.
Pride and joy.
Do you have any other horned names of other boats?
I only got 2 boats.
Before.
I've only ever had 2 boats.
Do they have some sort of, are they all horny?
Mine are.
His beard's frozen in the tip of it. Hey, careful about running on the ice.
Dwarves and
What if they...
goats.
I'm gonna have to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Never been on
Okay.
Well, I've been on a boat before, but it was like
You're in good hands. That said, this boat has to be dragged all the way up there, so we put it in the water. One problem. Me, not so good at pulling things, doesn't exist. You do.
Can I lift this boat?
Probably not.
Oh.
How much can you lift?
How much?
I don't actually, before she gets too far into that, I'm like, hey, there's a ton of fishing gear and stuff. You might slosh it all around. We don't want to do that. We drag. We drag across the ice.
I was mistaken. This can hold 4 people, so this is a pretty. It's still this is a drag.
Not a canoe, but like.
I just want
I
to
was
say.
slightly concerned when you said you two could fit in the same boat. I was like, this is a 15
For whatever reason, I had.
We can wrap it up and come back to it because
Cool.
I want to know for sure.
Yeah. But for whatever reason, I had 2 people in my head, but it actually says 4. Also, just a fun note as a slight tangent as we wrap it up. I had to do a really, really deep character dive because there's a Tally here who is a half-elf who goes by they, them pronouns. And I was like, hold on. It's no. They're not the same Tally. They're just 2 Tallies that exist on separate
campaigns. 240 pounds unless you have strong build.
Okay, so you guys are dragging the boat out across the water. The ice is a little bit slippery, but pretty manageable overall.
How theatrical are you when you scratch this thing across the surface of the ice 200 feet?
You know how D&D stats fail the world because if you can only lift 240 pounds, but you weigh over 400, like that's just unrealistic.
That means you're lifting 640 pounds.
Yeah.
I've seen people that weigh less than that lift more than that.
That would be the character's physical attributes and the like race's statistical attributes. So a race that is generally that large would have the like hefty hauler feat or whatever it's called.
I think most people in real world technically would have hefty hauler. But
But you guys are dragging the boat out. You were saying how
do you go about dragging this fishing boat?
So,
Yes.
just like a pin drop. You see me go from my normal stature to the moment that I get into pulling, I'm insta muscle memory, like heave, 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 heave. Just the perfect, like efficient, all energy being put into any limbs, full focus. There's nothing that's gonna stop me.
I'm at the back of the boat, just kind of like, was originally like gonna put some effort into it, and then was constantly be drug out of it. And I was like,
So do they like at the end of the ice at the docks where
Good job.
boats normally going? Do they like shear off the end of the ice so that you're like coming off of thick ice still, or is it just like whatever naturally happens, and you're like cracking through the ice as you're getting to the edge of it? Or
it's a little bit of both. There's definitely a point where it very noticeably turns from like walkable ice to like ice flows out in the water, and then transitions eventually into full on just water. But it's a pretty noticeable what you would do, and you having some like sailing experience would know this, and both of you would bring your boat out into the ice flow area and start sailing there, and then navigate through the ice flows, and then be out below.
yeah. I would assume there's a couple things in here. There's probably some equipment that you use to prod the ice. The smaller flows you shift out of the way, or the larger ones you navigate by maneuvering with it. Yeah, a stick with a spike on the end of it. There's also probably some amount of armoring or like ice keeling kind of stuff on the front of their fishing boats to not just, as soon as you touch ice, you blow up and sink.
All I want to do is blow up and act like I don't know nobody.
Yeah. So like while we're walking, while you're actually just hauling this thing across the water, I make myself look busy by picking up a fishing pole, wave at Grinsku, who's probably not even paying attention to us, and act like we're doing something important.
Cool. You guys can make it out into the you make it out into the ice flow area just fine. Presuming you get into the boat and start sailing out.
At some point, I'm like, ice is thinner. We want to push instead of pull. If you're in front of the boat when we're trying to get into the water, you could fall in, and that would not be good. So you want to push it until it drops into the water, and then I'll hold it here while you get into the vessel.
Getting in. Wait, I'm getting in. I'm getting in. I'm getting it.
I'm getting it.
Yeah.
Oh, you want?
Will you? Thank you.
Okay. I take your hand and I lean as far back, raising off the edge of the ice as possible to get as much weight and strength in the situation, and you still end up pulling me forward. I'm like,
We should talk about this later.
Splat.
Splat.
And one character dead.
See if this has.
I was leaning over the ice.
How do cats feel about water?
Oh, it's fine.
It's interesting that you are a boat sailing cat.
I'm a human with
Humanist.
feline-esque. Anyways, I help you into the boat, and then I get in the boat.
Yep.
And I push us off.
Okay.
Look at us.
Look at us.
Boat.
Huh?
You guys can.
How many boats have you been on before?
I've been on at least one.
Okay, I give you a very quick rundown of things not to do in a very small vessel craft that are prone to horizontal.
Why would fire be the number one cause that you wouldn't want on a boat? That doesn't make sense. You're surrounded by water.
Right, but the water doesn't put out the fire. So if there's actual fire in the boat, though, the water's not putting out because the fire exists. If the fire exists in the boat, you're going to burn away things that then suddenly, like, it destabilizes it messes with the stability of it. You will sink. Also, if the fire gets in your way, where are you going to go? You don't have anywhere to go in a boat. You care about the fire in the boat. More than the boat actually sometimes cares about the fire in the boat. And if you're using a sailing vessel and your sail catches fire, then you have no way to navigate and like that. But these aren't really sailing vessels, these are ice fishing vessels.
So just me.
Actually, I thought that I would control the rudder. There's a rudder on this boat, presumably.
I have no.
Listen,
it's actually a really good workout.
You actually are taking to it really well. You're kind of a professional. You want to keep it very cyclical. You want to match the.
Cyclical.
Yeah, you want to be even. You want to you spend more time with the oars in the water, and then don't slap the water because.
Called cynical for a second.
No.
It's not me.
Yeah, it's not.
Art. I need 2 wisdom saving throws. Or wisdom checks, sorry.
Wisdom checks. How about 5? How about 20?
Okay. As you guys are kind of going and talking, a little bit distracted at the very start, just like having a conversation, you are taught a harsh lesson of how important it is to actually be paying attention to some of these ice flows, as one of them kind of shifts suddenly and crashes into the side of the boat, and your boat takes 5 points of damage.
I freeze over
as you like scrape up against the side of it.
Exciting.
That's not good. No, it's fine.
Oh, you lost your feet.
Yes, but I'm going to pay attention to the ice flows.
As you refocus and spin around, you find that now that you're actually paying attention, it's a lot easier to just like notice where the ice flows are coming and going, and you manage to skirt around another one that would.
He's so good at this.
No, you don't lie.
You guys get out into open water. A question: are you fishing?
I think I would like. I'm sitting here trying to put all the stuff together. The wax. There's merit to the wax, but maybe it's something about the bait being used here too. What kind of bait is on the boat?
It's
stinky.
Chum. Like
it wouldn't be stink bait, right?
Right. Well, so they're hunting for knucklehead, right? And the research papers probably also included like different measures of success on like catching stuff. So, do knuckleheads operate off of like a chum-based system? Like, are we blooding the water to encourage like feeding, or
it's not that they are trout. So
they're big heads.
They got big heads. Yeah. It's just like worms, basically, like very very basic fish bait, like worms.
Okay.
And apparently fish eggs.
Oh, do they use lures or anything like that?
Shimmer lure?
No lures.
Okay.
They operate on bait.
On a fly fish for these trout.
Do the research papers indicate any kind of like my goodness.
Yeah.
And indicate any kind of like fishing areas? Like
yeah, there's definitely some areas that are more heavily traveled than others.
Like fishing lanes and stuff.
Yeah. There's definitely some hot spots, and there's even some vague notes. Tally's not a fisherman, but has some kind of vague knowledge just based on what he is. Is like kind of like has an area marked off as like this is kind of where the Targos guys tend to fish, and like the other areas are unmarked.
Wait, the Targos tends to fish?
Yeah. Targos, the neighboring city, is one of
Targos, not
Lonelywood or
not Torga. Very very different. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys are fishing, here's the great thing: I got rules for
fishing rules.
I think we need to do everything as possible to emulate the fishermen that came out here that got attacked. Our goal is to entice the thing to us so that we can slay it. Hi.
All fishermen I've seen up here in the north, they seem to.
I don't. It's a quill.
Let me see if I've got one on me.
I lost mine.
Old man fisherman pipe. Moby Dick.
Are you both fishing, or?
I will not be fishing.
Well, you gotta navigate for us and keep us steady in the water. So no.
As many fish as we
That's not how that works. It's not.
And just
we want to be.
Dice go.
So
they went flying.
The lake is presumably calm, or are the winds creating waves? Like
the lake currently is relatively calm. Grinks, for all of his blabbering, he was correct about today being a pretty good day for fishing.
I will mostly have to take his word for that.
You guys have a torch on the front of your boat? Is there like a sconce?
Yeah, there's a sconce with.
Also, quick question.
Yeah.
When did we start this day? Like, were we in the Aurora's like dim lighting system, or is this pitch black?
Currently, you're in pitch black. Yes.
Do we anticipate it going into a lighting situation, or are we on the other side?
Aurora is at the start of the day each day, or what would be the start of the day, and that can kind of shift around as like sleep schedules shift around. It's all very fluid. But the Aurora would have happened probably before you guys met with Lynn.
Okay.
So you're kind of getting closer to the end end half of the day.
Pretty good on the torch front then.
So the way that fishing works is
I don't have access to the character sheet.
He just needs to log into your Twitch probably.
Yeah.
So what the fishing entails is it's a survival check. Followed by some other checks that involve reeling in the fish and other things that can potentially happen. So we'll start off with a survival check.
gonna let you know. I'm a sailor, not a fisherman. It is different. But not today. 21.
21. All right. That's exciting. That means that we get to go.
I haul up something significantly larger than what was intended, and it takes a bite out of the boat and me.
As you hear the knucklehead trout. Next up, so as you finally you spend the fishing is kind of a long-term process. Most of these checks take place like kind of on each hour sort of thing. But over the course of this hour, you do get a catch. And with your catch, you need to make a strength athletics check to reel in this knucklehead trout. If you would like to pass off the line without losing the line, I would say you could make a relatively easy acrobatics check to pass the line over if you were so inclined.
So I would feel the bite happen, right?
Yes.
Does the level does this feel like it would be an easy strength check? Like comparatively, am I being pulled? Like, is the fishing rod being pulled from me, or
the fishing rod is definitely being pulled from you?
Okay. So these aren't like little 10-pound fishies.
These are big ass fish.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. So
and they are strong. Just like as an idea, like your average knucklehead trout has a strength of 14.
Okay.
So
these are like heroic fucking fish.
These are heroic fish.
So
and there's a reason why the fishermen are so hardy, and it's not just because of the cold.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Then I'm like, yes. Hey, this is your strength. Hold on to this, and I attempt to acrobatically maneuver. What an 8.
That's enough. It was a relatively easy check.
Yeah.
You managed to find a spot where the fish wasn't actively pulling, passing it over to you, who...
I should have taught you this beforehand, huh? So, yeah, you hold it like this.
On top, or is this hand on the bottom?
Whichever your dominant hand is going down on the holding.
Just grab the string?
Nope. There's a little caster reel that you crank. There's a crankshaft.
All right.
Yep.
We're going to be making contested athletics checks.
I know what my athletics is. Conveniently timed, as always.
Now I can actually use the stuff. All right. Well, plus 5 is 13.
13. You succeed your athletics check, successfully reeling in this large trout. Make sure.
No question. Are there brackets in the boat? Because they hunt knucklefish, right? So I assume that there's some fishing braces.
Yeah, there's some like fishing braces, but they're just kind of eyeballing it based on like the strength of what was pulling. It's probably pretty common to lose a fishing rod if it was completely unattended.
I like the idea of somebody just line fishing these.
which is why like that's part of the like survival wisdom check. It's just literally your perception of like realizing when the line gets taken.
Yep.
So yeah, you do
people
reel in a fish. This fish is probably about 15 pounds and seems to be actively like fighting at you. You manage to kind of hold it back strong enough. But this fish is big and mean and has a large... I can pull up a picture of the actual knucklehead itself.
Need a little plushie.
I could totally imagine some of these people noodling for these guys.
This is the knucklehead trout.
I don't think if you're noodling, then you're probably dead because you're in the water. And therefore, you're dead.
Well, not quite. They are beautiful. Alternatively, this guy. Big old fish.
You did it! I look for some kind of chest.
This is almost the size of my character model Minnie's chest.
Okay. So So that happens probably like quarter of the way through the hour. So also something else happens.
Is there a chest on the boat to like store these things?
Yeah. There's basically the very front of the boat has like a mesh wire section that you would put the fish in. It would eventually suffocate, but you would put the fish there and it would like flop around in that like, wire mesh area.
That was the next question. So, because I'm a sailor, not a fisherman, so I don't really know.
True.
Do you take a bat, you knock it out here? Do you cut it here and drain it here? Do you?
Honestly, you might win against a bat.
You said it's a chest.
So there's no
the strap.
there's no water. Get out of here. There's no water compartment on the boat that like you put to keep it.
It's dry storage.
Okay, so well
But we found something else. It's probably going to interrupt any conversation that we're about to have. Maybe.
when I reel it in and I have it, I'm going to try and karate chop it behind its jaw.
Okay. Go ahead and make an unarmed attack roll.
Yeah, I forgot these fish just straight up have stat lines.
An unarmed attack roll.
It'll be the same to your weapon. Oh, you got one. Okay.
You want to know why? 22.
That's a hit.
3.
Roll your damage. Or
Nope.
you deal 1 plus...
1d.
Nope, no dice.
No dice. So it's 1 plus your strength mod, I believe.
It's just that.
4?
Yep. Just deal 4 bludgeoning.
You deal 4 bludgeoning. Its tail swings back at you as you try to judo chop its head, and you realize you shouldn't go judo chopping if there ain't nothing to judo chop. Its tail swips around at you. Does a 23 hit.
Yes.
Fishy. This is how every campaign should start, by the way. Fighting a fish.
You take 4 points of damage.
Yes.
As its very muscular tail cracks into your jaw.
I breath weapon this motherfucker.
Actually, I've never seen a dragonborn use his breath weapon, so I wouldn't know what it looks like.
Okay. How does your breath weapon work?
It is lightning. It's 1d10.
That doesn't make
Is it a line?
The dexterity save.
It's a dex.
I think they're all cones now.
Are they all cones now?
I think so.
It's a cone, and it's a dex save.
Dex save.
Would it be considered restrained in its current position?
Yes, it would be restrained in its current position. Bum. It definitely fails its dex save. So you are good to deal your damage.
1d10. 4. Yeah.
Okay. That is enough. You successfully fry this this knucklehead trout that's in your hands. Realizing that these things have a little bit more kick than you were expecting.
I took 4 damage.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
I take the fish from you.
I mean, imagine if like you had lost your fight against
And I put it in the cargo net. Next time. Nope, just into the net. Admittedly, most fishing that I've seen do not act like that.
Scales on scales is not very nice.
I've got some cloth if you would like to wipe off the fish goop.
Fine.
Oh, okay.
I'll be fine.
All right, great. We did. Well, they usually... I don't know if we can sell that one, actually. We might be able to eat it. I don't know.
But we got one.
We did.
Fine.
So the rest of your hour on the lake goes by pretty uneventfully. You catch this fish, and about 15, 20 minutes later, a boat that is flying the... you actually probably wouldn't know for sure, unless you've done like a particular looking into what the other town's crests are. But you encounter, there's a boat that has kind of a small banner on it that has a picture of a blue fish that is pointing upwards and a pink gem above the fish's mouth. There is actually only 2 fishermen on this boat, and they're pretty antisocial overall. They don't actually interact with you guys, and if you yell out after them, they kind of like move their boat away. But they fish in the area for the majority of the rest of the hour before they leave.
You get anything?
They catch 2 fish in the process. A little bit less chaotic in the catching process than you guys were, but they've been at this for a while. That was their first
They
encounter.
didn't try and judo chop it, did they?
They did not try to judo chop it.
Did they breathe electric breath out?
One of them had a dagger, from what you could tell, and just like gutted the fish on the spot. And you guys move on to the next segment. Are you going to continue fishing?
Yes.
Okay. Survival check.
The fishermen were I don't know the word. Lazy?
Lazy.
Yeah, like they're real crummy.
You think you believe in like Grensk that they just ran into some ice?
Well,
17?
What if us fishing causes the monster, quote unquote,
The
to
monsters-
stay away?
Why? No, I think the monster. Sorry, I think the creature is after food in the area, and if we are taking its food, that might entice it to.
We could put this trout in water.
We could probably chum it and see if that entices it. I might.
You do hook another trout.
Here, by the way, I'll get to that while you do this.
Whoops, let's watch this.
I'm well prepped this time to just hand it off. So I roll a 13.
Totally easy.
Sufficient.
And athletics for you, Miss Ma'am.
Going off.
A bit better.
Going off.
Uh-oh.
An 8.
An 8. Unfortunately, the fish gets away from you. It's pull a little bit harder than you thought. You kind of lurch forward and have the sense to let go of your line before this fish pulled you entirely into the water.
I was gonna state, I do have my dagger ready for cutting the thing, but I've been watching her fish, right? She's new to this, so I'm ready. Like as soon as she starts losing balance, I'm gonna cut the line before like losing fishing rod or person over the boat.
Okay, go ahead. Just make me an attack.
24.
That'll work. You can cut the line as soon as you see her like lurching forward and kind of like lose her balance
Also,
a little bit.
I want you to know I was intentionally trying to do it with flair, swapping my real hand forward and backwards. Like, yeah, you like that?
I'm curious. In this particular instance, is there effectively any difference between losing the rod and cutting the line?
Yes,
Do you have another hook?
we might.
I would presume, yeah.
It's fabulous, for sure.
Yeah, I think, yep.
But
Yeah, I'm pretty sure snapping lines is like,
I was wondering, like, if the line's like, I don't know how much line these fishing poles have. And
yeah. It's probably some like process, but art's not in the mental space of like knowing what the correct thing to do is. It's more of like survivability is more presence. And so it's like, if you're being put, like these things, I just want to think smack and bruise her cheek. Right? So it's just like, if she starts lurching, I ain't capsizing this boat. So
I apologize.
it happens.
It
Well-
shouldn't happen.
Oh, well, I mean, it's your first time fishing. So
Shouldn't have played around.
you should, I mean, jokes aside from the battle that you had with the first one.
I will get another one, and I will.
Pull it in.
Yeah.
Re-
Yeah, brief thing. This isn't our boat. I mean, he makes enough money off of these fish. If it looks like we're gonna go over, you just let the fishing rod go. We'll figure something else out. Or win your battle with the fish next time. That also works.
Very true.
I will catch the next one.
I believe in you, and I get the fish.
Okay.
I kind of like try and remember how they just did it, and just like slowly, like that.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to. Is your purpose to clean it or to just like get it out in the water and be bloody guts? Yeah, that absolutely does not require any amount of anatomy at all. But you also just happen to have a guidebook that has what the hell?
What?
Streamlabs wildin', thinking I have merch.
What? That's crazy. You have a merch command, apparently.
What the heck? I don't have a merch command.
It even has a link. My dude.
Merch, man. Where's the merch, man?
Where is the merch?
We'll get there. So over the course of this section of time, you chum the water and do the things. The fish pretty easy to gut and dump out. Are you keeping any portion of the fish, or are you dumping the whole thing in the water? You would note that the skulls themselves are of value generally.
Yeah, I would keep the head. Like the thing we're chumming for doesn't care, presumably.
Maybe it does.
Yeah, maybe. That's my head. You can come to the boat.
Okay, so over the course of the next hour, the water is still fairly smooth, but towards the end of the second hour, after you guys have failed to catch your fish, ripples disturb the surface of the lake, causing your boat to bob from side to side, and a large mass glides through the dark water below you.
Before, over this time, I've been thinking of the right time to do this. I definitely didn't do this at the start of the day.
Okay.
So I've been trying to determine when I would be casting Mage Armor, and I think that happens in the boat while we're fishing.
Fair. Probably after she gets smacked.
Yeah, definitely after she gets smacked. Probably while we started fishing for the second fish. So I cast Mage Armor, and then I would do Arcane Recovery while sitting in the boat.
Cool. You can absolutely do that. Here we go. Dun dun dun.
Do you take any kind of response while we're fishing to me casting magic? Which mostly I pull out a small sphere, I kind of roll it across my fingers, and I say some incantation, and a slow kind of energy just lethargically moves out and covers my body before dissipating to a clear kind of thing. We're not rowing.
It's kind of bored.
I've heard that a lot about
fish. Get better at fishing.
They get better at being bored.
It's just kind of, you sit here and you wait for someone else's energy.
Something else's energy. You're usually not catching people.
Maybe it's like a magic. You're magical. Do you have any come here, fishy fishy?
I'm not a druid. No. So I don't.
Do you have any please, God, fishy fishy?
My magic doesn't come from gods. Also, no.
Hey, Lord, please bring me fish.
Do you have one of those Dark Lord, I shall give it, and you giveth me fish?
It's a warlock. Also, I don't get it from those guys.
Well, how'd you learn how to do magic if you're not getting it from an entity?
I pull out a quill. I pull out some
quills.
You got it from a bird.
No. And I pull out my spell book and I flip through some of the pages. We study magic of the arcane, write them into spell books, and I practice these.
So you're an artist?
Of the magical variety. Yeah.
I'm a magical artist.
of the martial variety.
I studied with these hands.
Don't punch me. Saw what you did to that fish. I bruise very easily.
Why? Are you anemic?
No. It's just... if you were to hit me, I would bruise or break.
I'm not going to hit you.
It was... How's your cheek feel?
It will be fine. So where does it come from?
Me. Or, like, the study of magic?
How do you get stronger?
I study more magic. Well, okay.
Where does the magic come from?
So I am trying to be more of the martial kind. Been studying, but...
Answering the existential questions of the D&D universe. Where does your magic wizard levels come from?
So my previous captain, right, he gave me, and I pull out my Xi'an, and you can see that it's a
Do you
practice
worship
form.
your captain?
No. He was training, he didn't train, he gave me the sword. And I've been reading over these books. I have some books that show me, like, martial stances, and, like, this
sword.
This, and I pull out a short sword. It's a Xi'an. And...
As a Xi'an.
Yeah. So, anyways, it's just, like, it's...
And you don't know how to use it?
I don't.
Teach you.
That, you know how to use it?
I know how to use it.
That would be wonderful, because
I'm proficient in martial weapons.
Listen, so books, they're not really, like, animated, and so, like, it's a whole bunch of, like, manuscript of, like, you stand like this, and, like, if you're wrong.
Sorry.
So I'm afraid that doesn't really do anything. I can use daggers and darts all well, and I got spells that, but...
Let's get down to business.
To defeat
the fish.
The thing that just went by us.
The boat rocks back and forth as a wave.
That wasn't
passes over it.
And Orca just tail flips the boat.
Immediately.
Don't try and use that right now.
Oh, no, yeah, I would. I got magic.
From you notice this dark shape swimming underneath the water, which is it's strange to say the least. But by the like lantern light that's on the front of your boat, you notice this, and it swims under the water. And there's a momentary pause, and then boom! There's a ram coming from the bottom of the boat. There's a large impact. And the boat...
The burly ram got rammed.
Boat is taking... that's 18 points of damage. Plus there was 4 earlier. Cool. Both of you need to make dexterity saving throws.
Don't die.
11?
Uh-oh.
What's that at? That is a critical failure.
Okay.
It's a 1, and I don't add anything to it.
Okay. And what'd you get?
Wait, what do you mean you don't add anything to it? Dexterity saving. Yeah, 11.
Also, I'm now canonically making orcas in D&D water orcs.
They are water orcs. What did you get?
11.
11. Okay. You fall prone in the boat, and the shaking of the boat immediately flings you overboard. As splash, you land in the frigid water.
Do I have my weapon on me?
You do. You can grab it pretty easily as you're.
Okay,
it's
cool.
Either on you or near you, pretty much at all times.
Next immediate question that I probably already know the answer to in character.
Yes.
Do they possess gear that helps people get back into the boat on these ships?
Ropes.
Okay.
They got ropes. Let us make sure here. This one. Da 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 da. Okay, so you have an immediate kind of like shock value of landing in the water here. Go ahead and make a Constitution save for me.
Sweetheart, you're gonna have to start rolling a little bit better.
10.
10? Okay. You
Set this dice aside, put you in dice jail.
you are fine. You managed to not have the wind knocked out of you. But looking around, like as you're like kind of half submerged, you open your eyes underneath the water for a moment, and you can make a nature check for me.
Nature. What is the nature of this creature?
I might need some new...
Are you rolling a D10? Or a D6, maybe?
Oh no.
6.
Oh, that's the max roll you can get on a D6. Nice.
You see this creature, but you can't identify what it is, but you make out a large, thick body that seems to have some kind of like serpentine neck, like snake growing out of a large, thick body.
Plesiosaur. It's a plesiosaur.
Is it a Kezu without wings? Or legs?
Well, listen, I haven't got any of those minis in. They're supposed to be coming in this year. You are in the water. You are on the boat. You can stand up. We're not currently in initiative order. The creature is kind of in and out of like existence here, so you can kind of take actions as you will.
Okay. Several things. How, like you say, in and out. This is probably already explaining a little bit. How fast is this creature going?
This creature is. Let me check.
Swim speed of 50.
Yeah, let me look up its swim speed real quick.
You can bet before we through.
Are you wearing armor right now?
Let me check. I'm never gonna catch my breath.
Not while you're underwater.
It has a swim speed of 40 feet, but it is actively like it's skirting over the like just underneath the surface of the water and like diving down and swimming back up and all that.
So I can clearly make it out to target it if I wanted to while I was doing a pass.
Yes, you could.
Okay.
After this initial.
Yeah, I'm doing so now. Just to think. Okay. Thinking quickly, noting that the boat is now actually slightly higher in buoyancy, and noticing one large dragonboard now missing the scroll, and I had taken an assessment earlier, saw the ropes, like, okay, I hope you're fine, and I quickly like sash it to one of the hulls on the side, and I stand up, and do I see the dragonborn on the surface of the water or floundering around somewhere?
I assume you're swimming to the top and not swimming down.
Yes.
You do see her on the surface of the water. It is hard to swim. You're covered in furs. And
I'd like to go like this out of the water.
Peeking up out of the frigid water, you do see the top of the horns.
You don't have to be brave for this. I know you're cold, and there's something in there trying to eat you. And I toss a rope at you. Are you like 6 inches from the boat? Are you like 15 feet?
She's a couple feet from the boat.
Okay. I throw it up and it smacks me in the face. Sorry. I'm nervous. I get nervous. No, I didn't. I'm sorry. Eyes over here. No.
Small sheet.
You need to get in the boat. Get in the boat. Come on.
You can climb back into the boat with the help of this rope, no problem. With a combination of just basic being a human being strength.
I start taking off some of my furs.
Okay.
I'm trying to shake them off. What?
All right. How does the freezing to death by cold water work?
So you can exist in cold water. You have the way I made a slight alteration of the way the frigid water rules work. You immediately make a save as soon as you hit frigid water. But then, depending on how that save goes, if you succeed it, you can exist in frigid water for a number of minutes equal to your Constitution score before suffering ill effects. But then every additional minute is a con save or gain a level of exhaustion, which is very similar to extreme cold, where you can, as long as you are at all exposed to extreme cold, you'll be making con saves or becoming exhausted and eventually dying.
So now that she's out of frigid water, how much?
When you exit frigid water, if your clothes are wet, you are mechanically not wearing clothes.
Are your clothes wet?
Yes.
Did you wax your furs so that they're hydrophobic?
I've taken off all of my garments, and I'm shaking them off and squeezing them out.
I remove like some of my furs and just.
No. It's fine. It's fine.
We are hours away from warmth. It's not fine.
I promise I'm fine. I'm a dragonborn.
Oh, you expect me, the magician, to have some kind of warming thing, like prestidigitation. I didn't live it, so summon fire. Fire. We have shipped to lose fire.
It sounds.
Oh my
like
god,
you've got
magic is
some
over there.
things to do.
No, I don't work out. It's because of evidence.
From you is for you to avert your eyes.
Fine.
Okay, so as you pull her back into the boat, there is another thing that happens.
It's a great way to meet someone.
This creature, its head breaches up above the water.
Immediately magic missile.
Slithers up. Okay, also give me a nature check.
I also let out a slight scream.
For the initiative. It is 10 feet away from the boat currently.
11.
An 11.
It's my first action. I will scream through magic at it.
Action, screech, a little bit dirty, a little bit scared out of his freaking mind.
You do understand this to be a plesiosaurus.
A dinosaur?
What is it? Actually a plesiosaurus.
What does a pleasing saurus look like?
I'm sorry, Ryan.
That's like
You were making
like
a really weird joke earlier.
it is
I didn't know that existed.
it's got a like large. It kind of looks like a turtle in its body without a shell.
It's kind of Loch Ness Monster.
But like, yeah, it's literally the Loch Ness Monster is a plesiosaurus.
Yep.
This is
Oh, that's such
our
cool
beautiful
art.
encounter picture. That is one of my favorite arts in the book.
That's wonderful.
Cool.
And
That's
it's
actually
one of my favorites because it also like really accentuates the fact that these guys are wearing full winter gear and it's dark out.
yeah, that's actually like props to that artist. That is so good.
One of the reasons that I chose this as our starting location. So this plesiosaurus raises its head above the water and looks like it's coming in to it kind of raises its head above the water and very intently looks at you and then looks at you and then looks like it's going to come in for an attack. But we're rolling for initiative.
In question, did you take off your armor as a result of deferring?
No, you would not.
Yeah, I didn't think we had enough time. So you're not naked.
That would be a long process of
Yeah.
doffing her armor. So
Yeah, you're not naked.
Oh.
You're just deferred. It's probably freaking cold. Are you wearing metal armors?
I am wearing metal.
you're
what kind-
best friend.
Chainmail, yeah.
So just chainmail and
A chain
cloth clothes.
Wait, you're wearing heavy armor?
I'm not stealthy.
You're a fighter, not a barbarian.
Yeah, fighter, yeah.
Do you think I'm a rage? A rager.
Nah, I don't know you.
It's cold. To the telly.
Also, pretty impressive. You hauled yourself out of frozen water wearing armor. Like that, and furs, that's super constricting. I would just die.
103 pounds.
Less than 200.
Brick shit out.
Let's roast it.
Yo, I'm so ready with a 23 on an initiative with a nat 20.
I've got. So I added to the tally. 12. You had a nat 20, so you're probably going to be up here.
I'm an 11.
I forget, you had stuff in the rules like you can crit fail and succeed?
Yeah, so basically the way that we're doing crit fails and successes on things that aren't just attack rolls is very similar to the way Pathfinder works, where it adds a tier of success. So if if you were doing a near impossible task and like it was a tier up from there, think of it as like adding a +5. So instead of getting a 26, you're getting a 31, or like you're getting an extra bonus too.
But the purposes of initiative being a skill check, does that matter?
It will, yeah. It'll be a +5 to initiative. So in this case, it does not make too much of a difference, but
as soon as its head breaks the surface of the water, before you even register what it is, that's when the scream happens. I'm so quick on the initiative.
Yeah. Cool. You hit it with magic missiles. Go ahead and roll for damage.
So, like has a dart in one hand, pulls up the sphere, and says an incantation, and it glows almost an ice blue, and then 3 like spherical kind of like that trails kind of white light just streaks out of the orb and flies towards it. It's a 5 + 1. It's 9 damage. That could have gone better.
9 damage total.
Yeah, and as a bonus action, I shift.
Okay.
And so, like, fur just kind of like, for most of what you can see, everything else is covered by furs, right? So you don't really see much, if anything at all, actually. So physically, you don't really see much different. But I gain some temporary HP.
Okay. Next up is the Plesiosaurus. Plesiosaurus.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. So that's what's going to happen. One thing that you do notice is what's both of your passive perceptions?
13.
13.
One thing that both of you do notice is it recoils from getting hit by this magic missile, and there's something odd about the way that it like recoils and yells. You would expect some kind of like monstrous screech or something like that, and it has tinges of that, but also sounds like a person yelling out in pain. There's definitely a voice there to this thing. Oh, hold on. Actually, I have to go get my back.
I didn't make that noise. So
Does your magic make
nope.
I know this might be quite alarming, and I know the boat's not very big, but I'm sure you noticed. So I take my lance off my back. Excuse me.
Sir Lancelot?
I am proficient with martial, but I do prefer lance.
Like the big stick with pointy end?
Big stick, like big ass lance. Full lance.
I've seen large pointy sticks before. Like
It's not a stick. It's thick. It's thicker than a sticker.
I've seen large branches before.
I've seen little pew pew magic before. It's fine.
Big stick versus pew pew magic, man.
So what'd you say, Plesiosaurus?
So you hear this? It is going to come in for a bite. It's targeting the boat, however. Uh-oh. It does
the boat
hit
uses dodge.
and deals 17 points of damage. That's not good. The boat has taken quite a beating. It takes a decent chunk out of the side of the boat, immediately reminding you of the other boat that was heavily damaged.
Further research notes include that it is in fact
A bit of water sort of splashes in. Neela, it is your turn.
is in fact not tampering.
Yeah,
You stop this thing from sinking us.
yeah. I just feel bad because I feel like we're
It's trying to eat us. Don't feel bad.
Sure that it's trying to eat us.
Aren't you out of the boat? What else is it going to do? It ate part of the boat. Kill the thing!
There's no way for us to fish it.
It's bigger than our boat.
I could reel it in. Do you not believe me? I believe I can reel it in.
I believe you need to take your lance.
I'll take the lance. Is it within 10 feet?
It is 10 feet away.
Oh, God. I'm sorry. Oh, but you can't sink my ship.
Okay, make an attack roll.
Be better, dice. Fudge. Y'all, I need some new dice.
You're still working with that D6 operation and now trying to drop it down to a D4.
First day dice dip. Sorry.
Dice dip.
Piggy Dippinge. So yeah, questions, and I'm gonna go to. 7.
A 7 is a miss.
Got anything
is
else?
able to dodge out of the way of that.
No, I don't. I'm level 1.
Okay. The top of the turn order is you.
Okay. Free action. I take out a second dart at this point.
Okay.
And it's still above the surface of the water?
Yes.
I launched both the darts at it.
Gotcha.
With both action and bonus action.
Make your attack rolls.
It's going to be primary. Gray is going to be secondary. One's going to be 13, the other one's going to be 9.
13 and a 9. 13 hits, 9 misses.
Okay.
13 is indeed its armor class.
Please.
4 damage.
Okay.
Ooh, better. I have also rolled on the lower half of this die for everything but my initiative order and 1 check.
I'm just gonna
2 checks, survival and investigation.
some energy, some positive energy into those dice.
4. It's infecting our entire party. It's a curse upon us.
I'll get some more rolls out of the way. Both of you make perception checks.
I'm good at these. 21.
3.
What's your
Yeah, plus my perception, which is relevant.
6?
6.
It could be relevant. You're not able to really take in any information here, but Art, you do notice this creature is acting very, very intelligently. It is currently it looks at you and then looks at her, looks at the boat, and then looks behind it, and then back to you, and then dives into the water.
I looked where it was looking at behind it.
Looking behind it, you don't see anything currently. And it has dove underwater. You guys currently cannot.
Our trout that we lightninged, is it in the back of the boat?
No, that chum is still like kind of in the area around your boat, I would say.
Is it? I don't know anything about. I don't freaking know where
the O's, man.
I don't know. Could it be possible that this fish is I don't.
I begin pulling out more darts and keeping them close at hand. That's okay. What is your question?
Did we kill its baby?
That's a specific branch of science called biology. And no.
It thinks we killed its baby.
That is one way of viewing the situation at hand. The other way is that it's trying to eat the boat and eat the morsels inside of it.
Quick question.
Quick answer, if it involves stabbing this thing as soon as it appears.
isn't it? How do food eats meat?
Research paper. I don't know. It
doesn't say that in research.
Listen, it's got sharp teeth. What would you need sharp? You need flat teeth. Sorry, science. That to eat the vegetation. Sharp teeth indicates it's got a hankering for fleshy bits.
It's the opposite.
Huh?
Like humans, they got dull teeth. They eat meat.
They have canine teeth.
Just two.
Yeah,
That means they're not very
ripping and well, yeah, sure, but it's for ripping and tearing.
Salads.
No. And that one had a mouthful of it to rip and tear into boats and to people.
Bears pointy teeth.
And they eat salads.
They eat grease.
And fish.
Cream.
They eat fish. They're what we call omnivores. I don't think so. I'm not so much of a cream.
But you said it was a dinosaur. Plesiosaurus, is Tyrannosaurus.
No.
Just eat vegetables.
No, you just said Tyrannosaurus. You know that those things eat meat too. They eat other dinosaurs.
Does it say in the papers?
It does. The paper doesn't say what it is. I hope you're ready to stab this thing as soon as it appears. He's looking around.
My movement has not moved. I'm a stick.
Yeah, you're very stick. You need to be nimble. Like, I've found combat to be very, like, you gotta be ready to move.
Not good with a sword.
I don't use the sword in combat. You saw me.
Yes, you will learn.
Moving forward in the next couple of rounds, couple of minutes, nothing resurfaces out of the water.
In the minutes, then my shift drops.
Well, and I use my lance as a rowing tool.
No, I don't do that.
You have your rowing tools. I mean, you could if you wanted. I suppose it wouldn't do anything, really. You would kind of go...
I just want it.
Are you guys gonna make it back to the shore before you freeze to death?
Squeeze down my clothes.
Unfortunately, squeezing out your clothes is not enough for being completely submerged in water.
Hey, I know you've been looking forward to this. Why don't I just set fire to the boat?
Oh, yeah.
I've got some alcohol and a set of matches.
You don't want to drink alcohol. What it actually does is it causes you to pull in the heat towards the center of your body, and you actually have frostbite settings.
Oh,
Are you feeling okay? Dude, can you experience hypothermia? How many fingers am I holding up?
Are you guys rowing back towards the land?
Yeah, we start
quickly.
going that way. I am
Sorry, it's this way now.
being as perceptive as possible towards moving things in the water.
The way it's been rolling, that's about 0%.
Go ahead and give me a perception check, just in case.
I keep rowing.
22.
There we go.
Good.
My previous one was 21. I'm getting more perceptive.
You... For the better part of the next hour or so, it's going to take you guys a little bit of time to get back onto dry land and then onto actual land that's not just ice. Over the better part of the next hour, you don't see any major disturbances. Are you planning on doing anything in particular? Are you trying to quick fire a spell if he shows at all?
Yeah. I do. So I understood what it was. I identified it.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have a general understanding of how hardy these things are?
Fairly hardy, for sure. They while they are beasts or dinosaurs, they're on the hardy side, being dinosaurs.
I would expect something a little bit more durable than what I've encountered so far.
Yeah.
Okay. Does this boat look like it can take any more?
This boat is, how can I put this into perspective? This boat is
Sinking.
on its last legs. It is definitely highly struggling.
They've probably got some wax in the boat that I can probably slather onto the inside. Maybe.
Yeah, you can do some kind of mock repairs, but honestly, your quick assessment is that the damage to this boat is so far more like structural than just like having a small leak or anything like that. You're not currently letting on any water, but you could tell that like if you were to take another beating like what you just took, this boat would be dead. So.
Yeah. It was. I'm paranoid about the first hit it did to the hull of it on the underside that knocked our friend off. So I'm just like pushing on the wood to see if it's bent out permanently.
Test it.
You got to, otherwise we'll sink.
If you test it too hard, we'll definitely sink.
I can't push too hard. I'm not that strong. I'm not like you. I don't want to sink. Focus on rowing.
Over the course of the next hour, you guys row back and make it to the ice floes, successfully navigating them, and can make it to land if you search.
In a single hour, I would like to ask you a few questions.
Okay. You get very chipped and I'm frayed around the edges kind of responses.
So.
No, most likely. It's very on edge.
So, what's your favorite color?
Gold. And I flick one of my piercings.
Who's your favorite pirate?
I don't like pirates.
Who's your favorite captain?
He's dead.
If you could own a ship, what color would it be?
Brown wood or something.
What kind of wheel would you have?
Huh?
Well, you've got a wheel.
Oh, that'd be for the captain.
Well, it would be your ship.
I mean, maybe.
Yeah, what kind of wheel would you have?
I don't know, a sturdy one.
What about the thing that's on front of the boat?
What?
The thing with the ladies that are all on the front of the boat.
Oh, no,
Would you like a lion?
No. I probably wouldn't have one. I don't know. It depends. Like, you pick the keel hauls out of how infamous you are.
Are you sick?
Not at all.
Did you? That's like a stereotype.
That's not how sailors work.
It's a stereotype.
Stereotypes. You look kind of reptilian, but I don't think you're pleasing. I don't think you're pleasing souls.
Reptilian.
Do you have scales?
I'm not a lizard-born.
No, I'm not saying that. Do you have scales?
Clearly I have scales.
Clearly. What do reptiles have?
Do you think I'm fish?
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying you look kind of reptilian, but I don't think of you as a plesiosaurus. I'm a sailor, but you shouldn't associate me with being a drunk.
Didn't ask if you were an alcoholic. I didn't assume.
You associated sailing with alcoholism.
Socially, that's what people associate.
That's socially.
Okay, one more.
Make it back onto.
I gotta pay attention to the ice.
You guys make it back onto the ice area. You're able to get out of the boat and do as you would. Are you planning on dragging the boat back? And,
yes.
It'll be about an hour through the water, and then another 15-20 minutes dragging the boat all the way back.
But we make it slightly quicker because it's less heavy.
True, it is technically less heavy.
I would turn the boat.
Okay. As you're dragging the boat back, Tally and Rumi are waiting eagerly on the dock area. Upon seeing you guys coming back with the boat, Rumi immediately starts sprinting out towards you guys upon seeing you, and specifically sprinting towards you upon seeing you not wearing any furs, as spending any more than an hour or so out in this negative 50-degree cold is very, very extreme, and makes it out and kind of falls a little bit, sliding out too. Are you okay? I can. Why did I come out here? I'm so stupid. I can go get more furs.
I must get my furs dry.
You need to get inside.
You must be freezing to death. We can get you inside. Okay. He kind of grabs you and just leave the boat. That's ridiculous. And it starts trying to push you, much smaller than you.
Rumi, I'm wet. Don't touch me.
We gotta get you inside.
Yeah, I'm going. Let's.
Rumi, the boat's gotta get back over there. Let it happen.
Are you going to continue
I'm
pulling
going
the boat?
with me.
You're going with Rumi? Okay. You guys leave the boat. It's like 50 feet out. It's visible from the dock. You go with Rumi, who gets you back to the Buried Treasures Inn, where Cora, the innkeeper, who you both have met before, has warm cups of cider ready to rumble, and immediately starts working on some, what is it? I just looked it up. Some of her signature pan-fried knucklehead.
Pan-fried knucklehead. That's what I call
Is there
it.
anything that you guys are looking to do? Tally makes his way in a little bit of time later.
I immediately completely de-arm, decloak, get it all, and I need to put it by the nearest fire to get it fixed.
Get it.
I'm still at the boat section, so
You're still over the boat. Okay. Tally comes out to help pull the boat the rest of the way in, and so did you find?
Look at the boat. What does it look like?
Clearly, you did.
Wait, quick question: how much do knucklehead skulls fetch?
I'm not entirely sure. I've never gone into the. I mean, it depends. If you found a nice scrimshaw, they may pay.
What's a scrimshaw? I got a head. What does that look like?
A scrimshaw is someone who will they buy the ivory from the knucklehead and they carve. I'm not entirely sure exactly how much they sell for.
Probably more than 5 copper, though.
I would certainly assume so. I
Yeah.
doubt.
Sweet. Thanks.
What's his face doesn't exactly strike me as the kind of businessman that would
I take
equal share.
one of my satchels and I put the knucklehead skull in it.
Okay.
And continue dragging it. Yeah, so we found it and it threw the dragonborn into the river. I've only heard her share her name once, and I forgot it earlier. So
Is she okay? Just
oh yeah, she's really freaking tough. It's actually kind of inspiring.
a
But
single dip is more than enough to kill most grown fishermen. Not to mention the trip back.
listen, she might have some reptilian blood in her. I don't say that.
I mean, I'm fairly certain that Dragonborn are warm-blooded, so it's interesting.
Yeah, so anyways, this thing, we've got 2 bite marks. It's huge. It's a big ass.
Right.
It's a dinosaur.
Dinosaur.
It's serpentine-like, and it's plesiosaurus.
Plesiosaurus?
Plesiosaurus, yeah.
Plesiosaurus. I mean, I guess it's not completely unreasonable that one would be in the river, but I mean, to the best of my knowledge,
Have you seen one before?
I've never actually encountered one. But
You know what they're supposed to sound like? Do they sound like they have a little man screaming inside of them? A long?
to the best of my knowledge, I mean, I am only a marine biologist.
You're only studying these things. Come on.
I can't imagine that would be a descriptor of what this creature should sound like.
It's very weird. It looked rather intelligent for what it was supposed to be doing. It seemed to have some kind of decision making. It targeted the boat. It knew it was a boat, and it knew it wasn't eating the boat.
That's interesting. I suppose that would explain why it is able to target specifically boats from Bremen, but it still doesn't make any sense as to why it would do something like that.
So I want to add that it will have a few little dents in it from some magical things that struck it, and it might have a puncture wound from a little bit of a dart that stuck into it. If it's found anytime soon. Otherwise, it's fine. It's fantastic. It's going to attend all the birthday parties.
It's still alive.
Oh, absolutely. Does it look like we have a plesiosaurus in the boat?
Fair. I mean, I couldn't imagine this boat in its current state being able to haul one.
Yeah, I was anticipating really just like an angry fish, right? This is a little bit above.
That's a lot of information.
It's a lot of fish.
I mean, I imagine my knowledge of, as far as I know of plesiosauruses, is that they wouldn't really have any reason to attack people. They could live happily just on the knucklehead trout that are in the lake for... I mean, clearly it was. I assume it was a juvenile. If it was as large as you say. Very strange. I'm not sure. I'll have to do research. Do you have my notebook still?
It fell in the lake, sorry.
Thank you. Please, I'll pay for your room at the Fairy Treasures Inn if you want to stay. Yeah, we can talk more about this. And walks back with you towards Buried Treasure. You guys get the boat pulled up to the spot where they were, and once you're probably like 100 feet away, you just hear loud cursing in Dwarvish coming from the direction of the docks.
I don't want to talk to him. I was thinking about it earlier, but I'm not going to talk to him. Baby. There's some kind of like scrubbing system. I probably would have washed the front of the net a little bit yeah, there's blood all over the vessel. Never mind.
You did gut a fish on.
I did gut a fish on. But I was thinking about like making it look like it was just something that wasn't immediately recognizable as being occurring on this journey, sort of thing. But then I promptly considered that I don't care. And
also worth noting, the name on the side currently, because of the large bite mark that was taken out of it, now instead of saying Burly Ram, just says BAM on the side of the boat.
What did you say that happened to the boat? Bammed.
Yeah. Making your guys' way back to the Buried Treasures Inn. Cora is happy to serve, and you guys can spend some time talking to Tally and Rumi about what happened.
What if like some high mage? Oh,
She has a soup that she serves?
It's pan-fried. Pan-fried.
So, hear me out. And I also like I'm kind of rambling and not being very coherent. I get into the inn and I talk to Cora, like, hey, you know where I could sell a knucklehead skull to?
I mean, not here, but certainly in Targos or Brinchander, there's plenty of scrimshaws in those areas.
Perfect. So I go about. Listen, so there was somewhere there's that place. Don't ask the qualifying details. I just came upon and I like kind of briefly show some magical looking books that I quickly just press again. There was a place somewhere, bad stuff with magic made some people. What if, right? You heard that little man screaming inside of the plesiosaurus, right? So what if some really nasty wizard polymorphed somebody into a plesiosaurus? Figured it out.
Or what you were saying earlier with the getting magic from the earth that you don't do.
Druid, like primitive.
What if it was just one of those?
No, that's
Something tells me that druids would not be. That you would not like if you called their magic primitive mage. Oh yes, the primitive mage.
I've never met Druid personally myself, but from the stories I've heard, I don't think that they can speak while they're actually transformed. And this is wild. How would a plesiosaurus acquire the intellect necessary to speak at all, or to have any kind of voice apart from just screeching and roaring?
Well, that's not common. That's not.
it's pretty up there magic.
I've never met anyone who said polymorph.
Also, I believe when you polymorph, you also take on that. Yeah.
Ding it.
doing a little voice of a lumberjack that just like.
Go ahead and both of you can make me a Arcana check. There.
13.
This determines whether or not I'm getting new dice for this character. I'm getting new dice for this
Oh,
character.
another one?
What'd you say? Arcana? Yeah, it's a 3.
3.
Ooh.
Nothing currently is coming to mind for either of you of anything that specifically that this would be.
I think I could go. Is there like a library or something in one of the nearby towns?
Yeah, there's more research material, specifically in Brinchander.
A nerd?
Like,
You are a dumb brute. You're really good at rowing boats. I know, it hurts.
And
Don't do
Neva,
that.
you would know specifically one of your former companions was stopping in Brinchander for research purposes.
don't tell you any of this.
Anyway, so Talia was saying that there was a library nearby.
Yeah, there's research materials in Brinchander that you could potentially use.
I knew that.
Okay.
The
Cool.
yeah, you guys spend. If you would like to spend the rest of the night, or if you're intending to head off as soon as you're fed and dry, it is getting later in the evening at this point. It's probably getting close to what nighttime would be.
It is just a couple-hour walk. Latimer? No, that was not it. Who was the name of the person we're working with, Lynn with?
Latin.
Yeah. He's in Argos. So we should probably go
To Targos.
tonight. It's
Okay.
The innkeeper, what's her name? Cora. She kind of walks up to you guys. If you all are intending traveling, if you happen to go to Caer Dineval or Caer Konig, my son, Warwar, he.
you're gonna have to spell that.
It's a normal name. Family name.
War is perfectly
Uh,
UUA. Wait.
War. HUARWAR.
Listen, rule of D&D naming schematics, you always add an A's.
Yep.
Silent or otherwise.
Core's son, Wawaha,
Cora.
is in where?
Art is spelled with 17 H's, actually.
I'm not entirely certain. I'm worried to death about him. But a couple of tieflings came and he was acting strange after going on a search expedition. They said they were taking him to a castle. He went with them willingly, but I can't help but being worried about them. It's the only castles I know of are in the Cares, in all of the Dales. So
Cares, C-A...
C-A-E-R, yeah. Caer Konig or
Wait, hold on. Would the person who told me about the adventuring party leaving out of they were going to the top of a summit, was that towards one of these castles?
Yeah, the rumor that you had picked up was that there was an adventuring party, I believe, that left out of Targos that was headed towards Kelvin's Cairn, not to be confused with the Cares, which is close to the Cares, though.
It is incredibly annoying that those are spelled differently.
Well, they're very different things.
Yes.
Yeah.
Care means keep. Cairn is like something else that's not like a mountain or something. But she gives you a little bit of information. Basically, her son had went out on a search
What does
party.
he look like?
He looks like description. Congratulations.
No.
He's 5'4" with sunken eyes, and she describes him as having beautiful blonde hair. He
What
has
Know the little girl like that once inside of some kind of shard, some active sphere.
She explains that he went off on a search to find Speaker Shalescar and didn't come back with the rest of the search party, and came back a couple of days later with frostbite, barely able to walk, barely able to talk. But he stayed in his room while he was recovering, and he started displaying meanness and anger that was uncharacteristic. And she found a shard of black ice in his room, and he snatched it away and threatened her. And then the next day is when the tieflings came and took him away to whatever castle they were going to. She seems to be giving him as much benefit of the doubt as physically possible, and is just genuinely worried about his well-being and wants to check in and make sure he's okay.
Had a shard of black.
Ice. And just gives you a message, something like, just tell him that his mother loves him if you find him, if you happen to be going that way.
What's his name?
What?
Right. You said that. I thought you sneezed earlier. Sorry. Cough. Sorry.
With you guys then presumably taking off and heading towards the next town, that's where we're going to be ending the session for today. Thank you guys for joining me.
Yeah.
We'll be back next Sunday with more D&D. Icewind Dale. We'll be heading to Targos, doing a little bit of overland travel maybe, and
Find the body of a dead lumberjack on the halfway point.
You asshole! You didn't do any research that you said you were going to do.
we'll be sending out a raid, so send some love and some hype with the raid.
We'll do the credits, right?
Yes, we will do some credits, and then we will do some raiding. I got
the Cephas.
move a whole bunch closer to the thing. Oh. Oh. Beep, 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 beep.
Maiden?